Good evening. I'm Cactus Rose Amber, and welcome to Better Than Paradise. We are using the Tales from the Loop role playing game system as a basis to play this Blackout Club inspired story. Some special thanks and shoutouts. Thank you to Drummer Boy for letting me use his old tongue lo fi beats to chill and sleepwalk to. Thank you to Question Games for creating the Blackout Club and allowing us to experience this world and lore. Thank you to Free League Publishing for making the Tales from the Loop books and campaigns easily accessible. And thank you to everyone who is here, to those lurking, to those voting, to those who will watch this later. We sincerely appreciate you. Some content warnings. This game is heavily inspired by content of the Blackout Club, which has a group of teenagers exploring a small suburban town looking for evidence of strange events. As such, there may be scenes with blood and evidence of crimes like kidnapping and murder. Now it's time to tell a story about some teenagers. Team has gone missing.
With this kind of stuff going on so close, and I don't want to check it out by myself, and you clearly seem as interested or bothered by this as me. So you want to
suggesting?
I'm suggesting maybe we Blake to Red Acre after school.
I mean, yeah. A friend of my brother's is on here, so I think I want to try and check it out.
You do look like someone who could easily disappear, you know?
I don't like how you phrased that. He was trying to warn us to not go into the woods, but you really think it has something to do with it?
Whenever someone tells you not to go somewhere suspicious, you have to go there. That's how horror movies work.
Someone said they saw a hole in the ground that leads to, a network of pathways.
This strange kid you've never seen before gestured you to come behind a convenience store where you found a trail of blood that led to a pit in the ground, and you decided to go in.
The goal is to stir up enough trouble that anybody who goes in that hole isn't going to get caught.
Because it would probably be around the same time as meeting
I
Alex,
think-
right?
Correct.
I think the Griffin party could be the distraction they're talking about. I asked him if we're being watched in the classroom. I just said, "Are we being watched?" He didn't give me a straight answer.
What? How do you not give a straight answer about that?
You're alone in a classroom. What?
Well, I was told he went home through the woods. So maybe not missing. No. Hopefully not. You think he's missing? Oh my god, people are going missing. It's night. Oh my god. And then he'd start freaking out.
I didn't think anyone would come.
Well, here we are. Your rescue team. We totally meant to do this.
What do we tell his parents?
Oh, I went to this party with Oscar, and I'm leaving the party with Oscar. I promised him I would go, and then this happened to him.
You see a couple papers with some names that look familiar, maybe from when you had been going through the newspaper from forever ago, listing all of the missing people. Oscar and the little girl stiffen up.
What
And-
does that mean?
Oscar doesn't have a response. He just kind of shakes his head. And
Okay.
the little girl says, "They're coming back. Hopefully I'll see you outside.
What are you talking about?
Good luck." He waves and takes off in the opposite direction than he had pointed. Immediately you start hearing yells of "Hey kid, get back here, what are you doing?" And almost like a stampede of people following him. And as the people leave, there's this moment of like silence, of where it seems like even the alarms themselves have stopped. A painful pressure in your, like almost in your head. Havenhill is a small town. It is a young town, around for maybe 80 years, and it is strange and wonderful. There in the radio quiet zone, there are a surprising amount of things to explore, paths to wander, people to meet. Much of the land is either dense forest or farmland, and everyone knows almost everyone. Last time on B-Side, our little group of adventurers escaped the winding tunnels underground through help of a extremely filthy teenager who knew far too much. But they all made it home, and they all made it safe. With Alex's number in all of your phones, you went to bed just before dawn, attempting sleep. You finally decide to climb out of bed, whether or not sleeping was successful, around maybe noon, 1 in the afternoon. How does one sleep after the chaos and the things that you saw down there?
Bad?
Poorly.
Not at all.
Very fitfully.
Some of you, like Reese, probably didn't get very much at all, considering you had been missing for a couple days and you had been found. And so you spent your whole morning in the police station recounting whatever it was that you felt comfortable with in regards to the tale of events that unfolded.
Yeah, he just kept it vague. Didn't know where he was blindfolded most of the time, and managed to escape and run.
The Havenhill Police Department is a bit uncertain in that information, but they choose to take you at your word for now until they can find evidence otherwise. Why would a teenager inflict such wounds upon themselves, like, willingly? It's the only explanation as you having been kidnapped. But your father is just so relieved to have you back, and as soon as you can, he bundles you up and takes you home to feed you, get you water, and he encourages you to rest. Everyone is just shaken. Everyone's a little offset, uncertain how to proceed. It's, do you do anything after what happened? Like, how can you do anything after what happened? But you do have some options ahead of you, should you wish to take them.
Options for that night?
Options for Sunday night. Options for later. But you get the sense that despite you having just gotten out, Reese, you feel like maybe you need to contact Alex.
Okay. So that night, when his parents are asleep, he would access the family phone
Mhm.
and call Alex from the contact information he had.
The phone rings, and it rings, and you get the sound of, like, you hear the phone click on, and then the scramble, fumbling of a phone that, like, they almost dropped it before they place it to the ear, and they're like, "Yellow."
Hi. I'm sorry. I know it's late. I still don't have a phone, and I don't want anyone to know I'm talking to you. I feel like I'm not supposed to let anybody know I'm talking to you.
That's fair. A lot of adults would not be pleased that you are if they knew. And probably not just because I smoke. How you feeling okay?
I don't know what to feel. I don't even know what's going on. I don't feel like I can trust. I didn't tell them. I feel like you know the most of what's going on, and why shouldn't we have told them anything? I chose not to because
Yeah.
how can this kind of thing happen?
There's quite a couple layers to it. And honestly, I would love to be able to tell you. Are you able to leave?
My house. You want me to leave my house after what happened the last time I left my house?
I don't feel safe saying it over the phone where they can hear. Where they bug
Sorry,
all
I
of the
didn't know it would sound like
lines.
your mic.
There's a reason I use a burner phone, okay?
I want one.
I'll get you one.
They seem to trust you, so I'll trust you for now. But the second I don't think I can, I'm out. Okay?
It's more than I can ask for. You know where to
Where?
find me.
I don't actually know where to find you.
Alex laughs and it's like, do you remember where you first saw me?
A hole outside of the death tunnels?
Yes, there. Look for an unmarked white van. I know, sketchy. I'll have a phone for you. Be safe.
Mm-hmm. Okay, fine. But I'll have a weapon.
You
You
better.
should know that.
You better.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, I think.
You're welcome, I think.
So he shakily hangs up the phone. Still feeling like he's in some kind of weird fever dream. He packs a backpack with a few things. Totally bluffing about the weapon, so he's looking through his house. Settles on a kitchen knife.
Oh my god.
Nice. Okay. Nice.
Throws in a pair of socks, another pair of sneakers, and a couple granola bars, and heads out for Redacre.
Okay. After Alex has gotten off the phone with Reese, Theo, Logan, Milo, the three of you get texts from Alex's number. Saying probably a bad time, but if you want answers, I need you to show up now. Also, if you are gonna show up now, bring a weapon, maybe?
Man.
Hmm?
Man.
Logan probably wasn't even asleep at that point. She had tried to sleep, tried very fitfully, or her sleep was fitful when she did manage it, but otherwise, probably woke up only like a few hours, not even, later. She'd see the text, wrinkle her nose because she still doesn't trust this person. And would half reluctantly, but half she's going. And she hesitated a little bit at first, like when it came to climbing out of bed, because man, it's been a long night. But she does get out of bed. She's going to grab her bag, and she's used enough to sneaking out of the house, so she already has her usual stuff with her. It's just the weapon that's the question. She doesn't really have anything.
Okay.
I don't know what weapons do you find in a suburban household?
A
Fire
knife,
poker.
a baseball bat. Let's see what else. There's a couple different. What?
A
Power
drill?
drill.
A power drill. You're right. A power drill.
A fly swatter.
A shoe. A trophy.
A trophy.
Yeah. If your
Oh, I'm
dad
so
golfs,
tempted to
get
her,
like a
hammer.
a
hammer.
what is it? The thing that you golf with. One of those. Like there's
A
options.
golf club?
Thank you. My brain totally. Those electric turkey
Wow.
cutters all rich families have. Wow.
I
I'll-
don't even know what you're talking about, but I want to say yes.
You know, actually, never mind. I'm not gonna go making sound effects for that shit.
Please.
Sorry.
I need it for the immersion.
No.
Come on, homemade Foley.
No, it's left me. It's gone.
Okay.
It's gone.
Alright. We'll remember that later.
She'd find something like a screwdriver or a hammer, like from her father's toolbox or something.
Okay.
Just stick it in her bag and head out.
Alright.
She would also probably shoot off a text to Nadia and Lula, just saying, did you get Alex's text? Or not even, they wouldn't even mention them by name. They just say, did you get that guy's text?
Lula would respond with, yeah, but I'm kind of on lockdown right now.
She'd send back a :/ response, and then just a, all right, be safe.
You get back at you two. Nadia doesn't respond.
Logan doesn't like that, but she's gonna head out anyways.
Okay. Milo.
Hi.
Hi.
Is Oscar answering his phone?
Oscar is answering his phone.
Oh my god. Yeah, I feel like Milo would call him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you call Oscar. Oscar sounds shaken, sounds a little upset, sounds really tired. And doesn't really know how to explain what went down last night. Only that, he got out, he's home, and his parents didn't even realize he was missing. He's not sure if that's good or bad, but yeah.
Milo wouldn't poke, and he'd just listen and then wish him well, and he'd be satisfied with that.
Okay.
And then with the whole text situation,
Mm-hmm.
I feel like he'd probably take like a fire poker. He'd grab one of those.
All right.
He'd leave Axel behind, and then he'd go.
Not that I'm gonna tell you otherwise, but you're leaving your iconic item behind.
I thought long and hard about
You thought long and hard about this. Okay.
This is the problem with the pets. You want to protect them.
I mean, I'm open to thoughts from the group, but I don't know.
Fair. Yeah. You can do either way, honestly. I can make it work either way. And I don't know if the group has a specific opinion for you or not.
Mm-mm.
No, I'm happy with whatever you feel comfortable doing.
I thought long and hard about it, and now I'm having second thoughts.
Oh,
Okay, you know what? You know
Um,
what? You can decide when it comes time to talk to Alex.
Thank you.
You're
I can
welcome.
just put him in my pocket for now.
Yeah, you can just pocket carry your doggo
It's like a Pokemon.
like a
Yeah, yeah.
Pokemon. Yeah, we'll just hold on.
God.
All right.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. And Theo.
okay. What was the text, like the wording for the text message again?
Was basically along the lines of, if you want answers, I could give, like, now's the time, but I recommend you bring a weapon.
Okay, I think she would text back a thumbs up, and honestly, without hesitation, just start pulling all her stuff together. Some simple snacks, maybe a piece of fruit or trail mix, whatever.
Okay.
Keep her lacrosse stick on hand. I think that's something she'd be most comfortable with using as a weapon, if anything.
Mm-hmm.
Hoodie, comfortable clothing, packing light, and as she's doing this, she would call Damien and leave it on speaker just so she could move around and do stuff as it's ringing.
Damien answers with a heavy yawn. He's like, "Yeah, what's up?"
Hey, sorry it's so late. Did you get a text as well?
You hear, like, Damien, like, move the phone away from his ear and look at the screen and look back at it. He's like, "Yeah, I apparently didn't get notified, but yeah, I got the text."
I am heading out right now. Do you want to join? I can swing by your place and walk you there.
Let me give me a second. And you hear Damien put down the phone, and Damien walk away. You hear almost like you hear Damien's door open. You hear like some faint mumbles, like a conversation happening that the mic can't pick up. And then the door closing and Damien coming back. And Damien's like, "If I could, I would. They noticed how late I got in last night."
Oh. Hey, I mean, that's okay. I'll keep you updated. Just let me know if there's anything you need as well.
Yeah, no, if you need anything, Seriously, just if I have to jump out the window, I'll do it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Stay safe, Theo.
You know it. Take care.
You too.
And then she would pocket her phone, take a second glance around the room just to see if there's anything she's missing. And admittedly, she's pretty used to sneaking out, so she would use the back door from the garage, since that one's always unlocked,
Okay.
and then make her way out.
Okay. So the four of you make your way toward Alex. Toward that isolated spot in the woods. Near a campsite, near a giant hole in the ground, near probably not far from that abandoned house. And you all arrive at staggered times. Alex is there, sitting on the roof of the van, of this unmarked white van. Tossing their water bottle up into the air and catching it. Occasionally it hits the hood of the van with a loud clang, like clamor, before Alex like scurries after it and has it in hand, and then rinse repeat. They look slightly more rested than the last time you saw them. Not by much, however. The circles under their eyes, you can't tell if are from lack of sleep or from smeared makeup. And you like they're wearing the same clothes they wore the night before. Their hair is slightly less put together. But as you walk up, Alex manages a smile for all of you and is like, thanks for showing up, and just kind of slides off the van. In doing so, they knock on one of the doors, and out climbs the person who helped you get out of the tunnels the night before. And they are yawning heavily. Their hair is just 1,000 times worse than the last time you saw them. Like, do they even have a brush? You don't know.
Logan does.
That's impressive considering the last time we saw them, they had been kidnapped and their hair was probably not great then either.
Yeah. Their clothes are different, but you get the feeling they're not nearly as clean as you might hope. And he rubs at his eyes and he's like, oh hey, okay, they're all here? They're here. And like looks at them and is like, told you I'd get out.
Logan looked slightly shocked, and then like slightly relieved, and then quickly tried to hide it.
Okay.
There's no hiding Theo's like floored expression, but there's definitely relief there too as well, yeah.
Mila's doing the blank blink and the stare.
This is just like, why didn't you tell me you invited everyone? I would have felt better about coming here if I knew it wasn't just you alone in a field in a white van.
Look, Alex,
You were
like,
gonna come out here to a lone white van?
Okay, I know what you're probably thinking, but that has nothing to do with this weird circumstance. It was nothing like the first time I got kidnapped.
She's looking at Reese very judgmentally.
Alex like shakes their head and is like, look, I hadn't invited everyone until after you called. Speaking of, and Alex like bumps their friend and is like, the burner phone? And they're like, right, and kind of like turn around and like go digging through the open back part of this white van, pull out not necessarily a brick of a cell phone, but definitely something that seems like it's heavier than it should be.
It's a Nokia.
It's definitely a Nokia. And like hits a couple buttons, looks at it, and it's like, here, got you your burner phone. And hands it over to you.
Thank you.
Logan's face scrunches up and she looks at this exchange and is like, wait, what's wrong with our phones?
They're bugged.
She looks at her, she pulls her phone out, or she pats the phone in her pocket. They're what?
Chorus has access to everything you say or send using your phones.
Well, yeah, they're a provider.
And Chorus is the one organizing the kidnappings.
What?
That sounds like a conspiracy theory, even worse than... How do you know it's them?
Sawyer is like, when you're down there, if you go down there again, keep an eye out. You'll notice there's quite a lot of Chorus paraphernalia just lying around waiting to be seen.
Okay, but that's like the entire town, isn't it?
And then Alex does their chance or their turn of reaching in to the van and pulling out a stack of papers, like a bundle of folders and papers, and kind of holds it up. They're like, so the other team, not you, but the other team, brought this to me. Not even like 18 hours ago. These are records. These are documentation. This is documentation of you being taken. This is documentation of your call logs, of your text messages, of all of your friends. Everyone and anyone that had any kind of contact with you is written down in this series of folders. And that's how they know who to take.
What?
Logan's gonna walk over and try and see the folders.
Alex holds out one specifically to Reese and is like, this one's yours.
So before Logan can take it, Reese snatches it.
She watches that and then turns back to Alex looking sort of expectantly.
Alex looks at Sawyer and Sawyer just like shrugs and hands a different folder to you, Logan, and you notice when you open it up, the very first page has detailed information about Sawyer right there. A photo, a school picture, age, birth date, blood type, who Sawyer hangs out with, living family members, who lives in Redacre, who lives in Havenhill, who Sawyer interacts with the most, who Sawyer has a very obvious disagreement with, how long it's been since Sawyer has talked to somebody over the phone, everything, just pages upon pages of this.
Theo is looking over Logan's shoulder, albeit from a respectable distance.
And as you look, you can even see references of different times that they had tried and were unsuccessful in capturing Sawyer, until the very bottom of where it's noted that Sawyer basically leapt right into their arms, and that's why Sawyer was missing for a week.
this can't be legal or anything like that. What?
Reese, your folder goes through and details very similarly alarming amount of information that you wouldn't have even realized would be something important to keep an eye on even. It notes even like what song you listen to on repeat when you're home alone, like which of your parents you're closer to. Mentions a teacher being a possible in on getting a hold of you. Talks about like how quiet you are and how easy it would be to take you because nobody notices you're there.
That's messed up.
Don't like it. I don't
Wow,
like
hate
it.
that.
So he folds the paper and pockets it. Why? Why are they doing this?
Alex crosses their arms and sighs. Like I said, we have theories, but we don't have an in. We don't know anybody or trust anyone that is in contact with them to tell us the truth. They're really good at lying by omission, and it's how we've gotten screwed over in the past. It's how Sawyer got caught, actually. And Sawyer shakes his head and is like, it was just, I put my trust in the wrong people at the wrong time, and that's why I was down there in the first place. But it worked out. We got the papers, we got documentation of it. And Sawyer like looks up at the sky, looks at the stars, and is like, okay, well, let me try and explain at least a little bit. Just something. And as absurd as it's gonna be, I'm gonna ask that you actually listen, and you've been down there now, you've seen it down there, so you know it's not as absurd as it sounds. But something's happening in Redacre. Chorus is doing something in Redacre, and they're trying to bring it to Haven Hill, getting Haven Hill involved. And at night, Redacre gets locked down. They say it's due to the coyotes, to kids going missing. It's more than that. They're trying to prevent the kids who are getting answers from getting out. Because during the day, everyone can see where everyone's going, what everyone's doing. But the one chance that Sawyer kind of gestures to the group, have at getting any information, at sharing information, is night. And so they're limiting our ability to do so. And
then how did you guys get out?
Alex shakes their head and was like, I was never really in Redacre in the first place. I'm from a smaller town down the way. Sawyer is the one who's from Redacre. And Sawyer places their hands on their hips and is like, look, I got lucky in that I was already out when they started building these barricades, blocking things off. And if I visit, if I go home now, I try and make sure it's during the day and that I'm conveniently gone before the sun goes down. But I hate to ask this of you, but I'm gonna need your help. We're gonna need your help.
Logan crosses her arms.
Listen, there's no way I'm just gonna sit here and twiddle my thumbs after what we saw last night, or, you know,
Yeah.
Okay, but you
then.
don't even know what they need help with yet.
Yeah, what do you need help with?
Alex gestures to the folders and says, we need to get this information to the people who can use it.
And who might that be?
There are a couple options, and I'm hesitant to decide, if that makes sense. If this stuff falls back into Chorus's hands, then the kids who are missing, the kids who've been missing, the kids that we haven't been able to find are screwed. But if we can get this to people who are trustworthy, they also can do something about it. But we're hoping to get it to somebody who is in Redacre.
Do you want us to go to Redacre?
Sawyer and Alex shoot each other a look, and Sawyer's like, I would prefer you not to. I don't want you on their radar. Because once you step foot in there, they know you. But some of the people who could use this information are near or in Redacre. There's a couple adults that we've kind of vetted as much as, teenagers can vet anyone. And some seem trustworthy, some we're a bit iffy on. Or we can try and give this information to another group of teens, which at that point, why bother handing it over when they can't do anything more than we can. But these papers, these documents need to get to Redacre.
So if we do this, this helps anybody who's still trapped down there.
Yeah. It'll give a better idea on what it is that Chorus looks for, on who to kidnap, how they kidnap. It'll give us a better idea on how to prevent the kids from being taken already. It gives us an idea on where they place the kids, who watches them, anything, everything. It makes a huge difference. But Alex and I are only two people, and we're already on their watch list.
I mean, we're just some high school kids. You really trust us with something this important?
Would you trust the adults too?
Apparently not. Fine. Alright, I'm in because I owe you guys, and I don't want anyone else to go missing or anything to happen to the ones who have.
Logan looks over at Alex. And she frowns and she asks, "Did you text my friend, Nadia?"
Alex looks confused and is like, I'm pretty sure I did. Why?
Did she respond?
Alex goes and like pulls out their phone and looks at it and then gives a shake of their head. No, I've got nothing from that number.
She frowns and actually kind of starts to look uneasy.
Why? What's up?
And she normally never misses a text. She's always on her phone. And she didn't reply to me either.
Maybe it got
I'm-
confiscated?
She shakes her head. And you can see she's trying to like convince herself that it's probably nothing. But her hands are in her pockets and she clearly doesn't feel very confident in that.
Why don't you send your boyfriend to go check on her?
That snaps her out of it and she shoots Reese a scowl. That's none of your business.
I'm serious.
She pulls out her phone again and then looks over at Alex and is like, wait, but these are bugged, right?
Yeah.
Like, as in they see what we send, right? They're not like listening like all the time.
From what we can tell, they conversations are recorded. We don't know if they listen to them actively or if they wait until they're listening for something specific. Alex goes digging through some of the folders that they're holding and holds out one, and they're like, here, with this one, it wasn't until they decided that they were going to take this kid that they started transcribing all of his phone records. So
That's disgusting.
yeah, not gonna lie, it was messed up to try and go through and read and actually understand what they do.
She's not even listening fully at this point. She just kind of frowns, looks down at her phone, and then turns away from the group. And she's hesitating, but she does type out a quick message to Eric saying, hey, I can't sleep. Haven't heard from Nadia. Have you?
You just get a series of question marks from him, and then a haven't talked to her in over a week. Why would she talk to me?
She rolls her eyes and replies with a, just like, I don't know, maybe she's not responding to me. Can you text her?
After a little bit of time, you get a fine.
Dump him.
And you then get a response of, send her a text. I'll let you know if I hear anything.
She frowns, but she types out in, okay, thanks, love you.
You get back you too.
Dump him.
His face falls a little bit, but she tucks her phone away and then turns back to the rest of the group. And doesn't say anything.
No luck.
No, it's probably fine.
Milo would go over to Logan and speak quieter so Alex and Sawyer don't really hear. I don't know. No reason. He just does that sometimes. And he's like, if you think she's missing, we can look for her on the way.
It's hard to read her expression. But she gives like a small shake of her head and says, "No, it's probably nothing. She's probably just asleep. It's fine."
Milo doesn't look convinced. He's gonna look for her. But he just nods.
She crosses her arms and doesn't say anything to the rest of the group.
Okay.
Wait,
hmm?
if all their phones are bugged too, I mean, I don't know if you're just walking around with a bunch of these. Maybe they should, for while we're doing this, so we can talk in private.
Sawyer's like, you hear like a mutter like of a curse, and then Sawyer like dives into the van, and you just hear like tech flying as Sawyer goes looking for things. And Alex like sighs and shakes their head, and they're like, "Well, yeah, we'll get you guys phones. It'll better be safe than sorry, right?" And tries to offer like a smile.
Logan does not return the smile.
Alex does not take offense to this. Alex is surprisingly not as snappy tonight. What the heck? Hold on, I have to fix this. Sawyer ends up like climbing out of the van. And has like a couple in his arms, and he's like, "Okay, let's see here. All right, this one works, and this one does not," and drops that one. "And this one works," and like he's going through, and he's just like, "All right." What? Alex chooses to ignore him. Okay, so
Theo's just gonna watch the phones as they drop.
Sawyer has more important things on his mind, obviously. And Alex is like, "Okay. But yeah, if you're willing, we would be more than grateful if you guys can help us smuggle the information to the people who need it." But it's going to be dangerous.
Yeah, not to jump the gun, more of an idea of what to expect. Where would we even start?
Well, Alex turns in the direction of Redacre, and it's like, so they've been placing, but steadily it's been moving outward. They have these fences, these that emit a loud, harsh noise the closer you get to them. And they're not, you want to avoid those. But I don't think there's a way through them just yet. We haven't quite managed that. However, there's a couple people who have learned how to dance along the boundary lines, we'll say. A couple of adults. One or two of them have talked to us about the nonsense that Chorus is doing. And then there's this one that Alex looks openly confused by. And there's this one that just seems really pleased by the fact that we are openly rebelling against the adults. She seems to be enjoying that a lot. Alex, like, taps their chin. She's the one that we got the gasoline from. Was really happy to help us start a fire.
You started a fire?
How do you think you guys got out last night? It wasn't just people losing you. We had distractions, like setting a abandoned building on fire. I was not actively a part of that. I would just like to say, was not actively a part of that. Sawyer was like, I
Logan
was
is shooting looks at the rest of the group, like you guys are just going with this. She doesn't say anything.
Sawyer was
Wait,
like,
did
I
you
was
get-
supposed to be part of that group, but obviously wasn't.
Reese somehow looks more uncomfortable than before.
You set things on fire?
It didn't do anything. It was more of the threat of the fire that got them all wound up than anything. It was an empty gasoline like can and a conveniently empty box of matches and a well-placed phone call that sent them all in a tizzy and got the hive all stirred up. But she wanted to start the fire. We didn't. Now I'm kind of thinking we should have. But that's beside the point. So yeah, we
guess it
have...
worked.
Hmm?
I guess it worked.
It worked. Can't complain, really. But Alex sighs. Yeah, so we have the pyromaniac adult, who is all for us rebelling. We have a couple adults that, I mean, you've seen us. They kind of look like, they have like a better setup than we do. But
Logan raises an eyebrow at the unmarked white van.
look, we got this from a junkyard. The fact it even runs is a surprise. I don't
I didn't say anything.
I can feel it.
She rolls her eyes.
Alex really, you. It seems like they really want to respond, but they're choosing not to. And Sawyer seems very amused by this. But yeah, so we have the adults that have a slightly better setup than we do. They seem to have a better idea of what's going on. I think they have like technology that we don't, obviously, but we have the burner phones. They don't. So who's winning now?
Logan looks unimpressed.
Sawyer holds out a couple phones for you all to take. And is like, feel free. We have all of those should have Alex's number in it. Alex's current number in it. But don't say you're messaging Alex. I guess we'll have to come up with code names. Why haven't we come up with code names? And Alex is like, I don't want to.
Good call.
It just seems silly. We'd have to change them every time. There's also, but yeah, if you can get it to either, if we can get the information to like the pyromaniac adult, if we can get it to the adults with with their own like mobile home setup, if we can get it to Smiles, maybe.
Miles.
Smiles.
Sounds like a real person.
Smiles decided to do a code name. But
Sounds like a serial killer.
I have to agree with that.
Yeah, they're pretty spot on.
yeah. Smiles, I don't get Smiles. Smiles was supposed to be like a code name for specific things, but Smiles has kind of just introduced themselves as Smiles since they got given the name Smiles, which defeats the point of a code name. Beside the point. So there's a couple options for you on who to deliver these papers to. And I feel like you get to make that call. If you meet the adult and you trust them, you can hand it over. But if you don't, then don't, and maybe move on to the next. You know, I'm not. Alex sighs shakily and I've been burned too many times recently with the adults, so I'm not the best one to judge. And Sawyer is Sawyer. And Sawyer shrugs and was like, I'm not offended by that. And Sawyer makes a point of making eye contact with all four of you and is like, I very easily could have just said screw it and left you all down there, because it was a kid your age that got me caught in the first place. But
Wait,
Hmm?
kids our age?
yeah, there are some teenagers that are some teens from Central that I went to school with that are either like being held hostage or manipulated, or they actually believe in whatever it is that Chorus is doing, and they seem to be feeding information to the adults, and that's how my team and I got caught.
Jeez.
So this is really a you can't trust anybody situation?
Well, you probably shouldn't. You probably shouldn't even trust us. Let's be completely fair. Like, we're just a bunch of teenagers living out of a flippin' van.
Yeah, I don't.
But if I feel like if you guys were ones that couldn't be trusted, Alex and I would have been caught by now. You guys had our numbers. You knew the van. You know what we look like. It wouldn't have been hard for them to get that information from you.
I trust you because if you guys didn't do what you did, I would still be down there. So we'll be careful with everybody else. But whatever you say.
Reese, you get a smile from Sawyer and a slight one from Alex. Alex is like, there are 4 others, but I couldn't call on them for this. They were down there for way too long. I'm pretty sure they got seen at one point, and I didn't want to risk it. Whereas from what I understand, if you guys got seen, it was very briefly. So, if they know anybody's name, it's going to be yours, Reese, but they're not going to expect you to immediately turn around and go right back out.
Yeah, that would seem pretty unlikely and stupid, huh?
Very.
So he glares at
The-
Logan.
She doesn't even look at him.
But no one would expect, or well, we're hoping no one would expect you four to team up and make this delivery. They'd be keeping an eye out for the other group. They'd be keeping an eye out for me or for Sawyer, Avery maybe. There's just too many people.
The other group, you keep talking about them. Like, what are we? Group B to them or something?
Alex kind of shakes their head. It's like, the reason we haven't assigned them a team name. We don't even know if they're going to be a team. We don't know. They're just they went through and they willingly decided to go into that cave system. Not because they were looking for a friend, but because they were looking for information. And I admittedly hopped on that and asked them to bring back what they could. And they did. And Alex like hits the stack of folders and is like, and this is what they brought us. I'm hoping that they'll be willing to work with us again in the future, but they literally got home less than 12 hours ago. I wasn't gonna... Alex shakes their head. Until I get an official group name, if they get a group name, then they're just the other team.
Logan didn't really know what to expect from an answer, but she just kind of sighs, rolls her eyes, crosses her arms.
Sawyer's like, well, if you want a team name, do you have one in mind?
She looks at the rest of the group.
Theo immediately
like-
sticks her hands up, like defensively, like, don't look at me.
Logan gives like a sort of see what I mean nod in Theo's direction and then looks back at Sawyer with a I don't think so.
Well, okay then. And Sawyer starts going through on the fingers and it's like, okay, A team, B team, heads, tails, day, night, white, black. And Alex is like, stop it. It's like, I know we're light, like we haven't slept, but please.
Theo just snorts, but then, like, looks away to hide it.
But yeah, if you're up for it, we could use your help. Are you in?
Reese looks
Logan
to see
looks
the
at-
reactions from others.
Yeah, same. Logan looks to the others.
Milo instantly goes, yes.
Theo would give a slow nod, slightly hesitant at first, before giving another really, this time it's an affirming nod, and she'd just say, yeah, count me in.
As much as I want to go back home, I feel like I have to do this. So, yes.
Okay.
Logan just kind of sighs and uncrosses her arms. Well, what am I gonna do? Say no?
I mean, you're more
Sure.
than welcome to say no.
She just glares. She just shoots them a glare. Like a shut up, I'm doing this type look.
Sawyer's like, okay, let's do this. What takes the folders from Alex and splits them kind of into stacks and then thinks about it. And then only takes half, hands the other half to Alex. And then with the half that Sawyer's holding, splits it into 4 and hands it out to you guys. And is like, on the off chance something happens, I need all of you to carry some of them. I don't, just got a plan, just in case, you know?
Logan looks
that's
so
comforting.
not. Yeah, Logan looks so not comforted by that. But takes the stack handed to her, tucks it in her bag.
Theo,
I
it's
was
gonna
just-
look like someone just handed her, like, God, what's the opposite of gold? What's something you just don't want to be holding right now?
Pile
That.
of crap.
You know what? Yeah. And then look it over for a moment. And then stuff it in her bag without saying a word. And I say stuff, but I mean, like, she'd be gentle.
Okay.
Milo's just happy to be given responsibility over something.
Sweetie!
He'll be the first.
No, he looks determined. He's like, I got this. This is my step.
Reese carefully puts his in his backpack and flumps it back over his shoulders.
Okay. So, it'll be up to you to decide who to trust, I guess. Who to give the information to. There's, as I said, there's 4 options. And Sawyer kind of sighs and just looks absolutely exhausted. There's Lady. We don't know her real name, but we've been calling her Lady. With her, she has like fire hair, like just red and gold, and if you see her in light, you'll understand. And then, and her personality is to match. She and her crew can probably use it. Then there's I don't know their names. 2 guys, kind of wearing like camouflage, camo gear, like the military-esque stuff.
That's not sketchy.
Right? And they have, when I last got to talk to them, they mentioned having a van that they had managed to like hide in the woods. So there's that. And then there's Smiles. And Smiles is, kind of makes a gesture, our age. And is a goth kid. Like, I don't know how else to explain Smiles. Alex, how would you explain Smiles? And Alex is just like, obnoxious goth kid. What do you... What else? But Smiles knows another group in Redacre that can probably use it. So,
Logan looks unimpressed.
yeah, we have limited options here. If you have any better suggestions, we'd be glad to hear them.
Unimpressed specifically with the description of goth kid rather than literally any other aspect of, you know, the important information sharing. Yeah, no, she's just unimpressed by like their styles described.
Yeah. Yeah. Alex isn't really pleased with the descriptions either, but there's not much they can do about it. Because as much as Alex disagrees with them, they're probably the most effective descriptions they have. But yeah, it'll be up to you to decide. Okay? You have our numbers. Well, you have my number. Sawyer still hasn't claimed a new phone. And Sawyer shakes his head. I break mine, like, at least once a week. There's no point.
Logan looks at the brick in her hand that she had been given, and then looks up at Sawyer, like, with a very questioning expression of, how the heck do you break this? But she doesn't say anything. It's just written on her face that she's judging.
Sawyer, like, looks at the brick, looks back at Logan's facial expression, and is like, look, they make great weapons, okay?
What? She looks down at the phone in her hand. This time with, like, a new perspective. She's still a little bit, like, hesitant, but she seems slightly less judgmental now, and slightly more, oh, okay, I get it. She's it's clicking.
Mm-hmm.
And she pockets it, not in the same pocket as her actual phone, which she will be holding on to.
Okay.
But she does pocket it. She's still holding on to it.
All right. Alex asks any other questions?
We find these people.
Head towards Redacre and avoid the loud fences and the patrolling adults and the floodlights and the supposed coyotes.
And just look for the creepy goth kid and the girl with the fire hair.
So he's like, now that you mention it, that just sounds like really simple and not as difficult as it could be. But yes.
Fantastic plan. Thanks.
So we just skirt the border?
Yeah. It's... If I could, I would just go in and deliver it during the day, but they know us. And you're not gonna find the fire lady during the day. You're not gonna find the camouflage adults during the day. You might find Smiles. Smiles has like a job and everything, but there's no way Smiles is gonna be able to hide what you give them at their job. This is, as horrible as it is to say, the safest option.
Fine. We'll give it a try.
Yeah. Oh boy.
What was
I
that?
guess everybody exchange our new numbers.
Oh, that was a question I
Mhm.
had, and she's just gonna like briefly raise her hand, not in a full, just more like a hey. With our phones, are they actively tracking our phones? Should we leave them somewhere?
If they're doing location, we haven't had notice of it yet. It's
Okay.
mostly the text messages and the phone calls and how often you're on it, sort of deal.
She's gonna look a lot more relieved at that. Just give a nod and put the pocket the brick phone.
Logan slides her hand into her pocket, protectively over her regular phone.
Okay. You have your mission. I'll be here. And Sawyer's like, I'll probably be going around the other way. But if anything happens, I'll know. It just might take me a bit to get to you.
Well,
Theo does
nothing
not
about
look
this sounds
comforted.
ideal, so that's just as expected at this point.
Alex and Sawyer both like look up at the sky, at the stars, and then look back down and they're like, okay, we have a couple hours before the next wave, I think, of adults go on patrol. So if it's gonna happen, it should happen now.
Milo's gonna point in the wrong direction and say, that way.
Alex looks extremely discouraged by this.
Alex
Logan
just
just
regrets
kinda
everything.
sighs.
Can I just say, I think Theo would like gently reach for Milo's hand and then slowly turn it around to point in the other direction.
Milo would nod extremely determined and say, thank you.
She'd give a nod right back.
Sawyer turns and starts attempting to tidy up the inside of the van. And Alex stands there and offers you all a nod. Says, you know how to get a hold of me. This van might not be the best for off-road, but if I need to, I can make it work. But let's make that a last possible option, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. And with that, we're going to take a quick break. Mhm. And then we'll dive right into your mission.
Okay.
Oh boy.
All right. So, be right back, everyone. And we are back from break. Okay. So, Sawyer is cleaning up the van. Alex has made their way and camped back up on top of the van on the roof. Legs crossed. Head propped up on an arm. Got a hand. And they kind of look down at you and they're like, whenever you're ready.
Milo would give a wave and say, "Okay, see you later," and then start in the direction that Theo told them to go in.
Okay.
Yeah, Theo would give a little nod and not a forced smile, but kind of like a half smile to Alex and head off after Milo as well.
Okay.
The Reese waits for Logan.
Logan gives a sigh and then goes after the other two, not really looking at Reese.
And then he follows after.
This freaking team dynamic, you know. Wow. Okay. And so you head off towards Redacre, towards whatever it is that Alex and Sawyer are so uncomfortable with, towards Chorus, where you apparently are the masterminds behind all of this. And as you step and you walk and you make your way, you know that there's something different about this. Something new about the whole situation that has you more aware, more awake, more on edge. It's almost like that sensation of not quite walking into a spider's web, but like one of the threads tickling you like on an arm or something, of an awareness of something that you wouldn't have known to keep a feeling for. You're now aware that it is there, whatever it is. And the grass crunches beneath your feet, some leaves crunch, and the trail to Redacre is no different than it would be during the day. In fact, the moonlight seems to be lighting it up almost perfectly, as if having timed it for you. Do you talk about anything as you walk?
I think Theo would... Oh?
No, go on.
I was just gonna say, I think she'd mostly keep quiet and just keep an eye and ear on their surroundings unless somebody else piped up.
Milo would talk, and he'd talk even if no one answered.
Oh.
All right, what would...
Logan would not answer unless he directly spoke to her.
Okay.
Reese would talk. Is it alright if I jump into it?
Go for it.
So, how do you guys know Alex?
I found him in the woods one day. Actually, that was yesterday.
We don't.
What do you mean we do? We just talked to him.
Do you know what school they go to? Do you know their last name? Do you know if their real name is even Alex?
Okay, we know
Milo's
of
confused.
them because we bumped into them while we were looking for Milo's friend, Oscar.
He pointed us in the direction that found you.
See. And so this they brought you back out here specifically to send us on this mission. I came out here for answers. I feel like we didn't even get any. Except that the thing that provides all of our services, that they're somehow turning on their own town. Does that make sense to any of you?
No, honestly, none of this makes any sense so far.
That's fair. For the record, I do think we should keep going, because if we're helping people, and I believe that is what they want to do, we should, but I feel like we kind of got swindled out of answers.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll find them.
Yeah, maybe whoever we end up delivering these to can give us more answers than we can get elsewhere. Hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully.
So he would quiet down, knowing that nobody really knows much. Just turn to his own thoughts. Let Milo resume filling the empty space.
If Milo wants to continue talking, go for it. But Logan would actually kind of. Do you have anything specific that Logan wants to? That Milo wants to say right now?
Oh no, he just talked about random stuff, like stuff that does not apply to this, but he'd be uncomfortable if there was silence.
Oh.
So he'd fill it. So go ahead.
Logan would actually kind of slow her pace down a little bit to go mostly level with Reese. She'd still be a little bit ahead, but sort of level with Reese. And she'd look back at him and say, "So, how did you go missing?"
Apparently, they targeted me because nobody would notice, so that's nice.
She remembers their first interaction and looks away.
How?
Tries to recompose her expression and then turns back with a sort of eye roll and says, "I don't mean that. I mean, like, what? Did you get, like, drugged? Did you just, like, walk into their arms? What happened?"
Embarrassingly more latter than former. Sort of. It was like I knew them. I thought, but I don't remember what they looked like or where I would have known them from. They just sounded like somebody I knew. And
what were you doing?
I was walking home from school. I was at school on Friday, and then I was still thinking about going to that stupid party. And then somebody called me, and I turned to them, and next thing I know, I'm being ushered into a car, and I'm tied up, and the whole thing, it's just...
Oh, sorry.
It didn't feel like it was really happening to me. You know, like how does that just happen to somebody?
She doesn't know how to respond.
Yeah.
I still kind of feel like I'm making the whole thing up.
Well, is Reese wearing, like, his hoodie or whatever?
Yes, definitely. Zipped up.
She will indicate his wrists with, like, a slight nod back where, like, you know, they had unbound him, and she just kind of goes, "Well, you didn't make those up, right?"
Yeah, that's true. And I definitely didn't make up. That sounds like I could have. The three of you coming down there like some kind of heroes.
She looks away and then looks over at Milo and Theo like, I don't really know about them. But she gives a small scoff of laughter and then just, I don't know. All of it is just crazy, I guess. Maybe we're all hallucinating the whole thing. It's fine.
No, like you said, this feels real. And this can really happen to us if we mess this up. So we have to be really careful now.
She just goes quiet.
Your friend, you worried about her. Nadia?
Yeah, a little.
This is how we help her if something's wrong.
She looks like she wants to say something, probably to oppose even the concept of something being wrong. But she does not say anything. She closes her mouth, and then just nods. Sure.
You walk, and you walk, and you walk some more. And as you get closer and closer to Red Acre, you start seeing a reddish glow in the distance and a hum from that direction. It seems it's a lot. It's loud, and the closer you get to it, the exponentially louder it seems to become. Until you reach a slight opening and you see it. They almost look like the large, heavy-weighted construction traffic cones, but with speakers attached to them, and they glow this blindingly red. And where the red seems to dim, another one picks up. It's almost like the red light itself is acting as a wall, as a barrier.
I think as soon as it became visible, Theo would stop dead in her tracks and sort of, after a moment of really looking it over, glance to Milo and then Reese and Logan.
Milo would have instantly stopped talking, like whenever he saw any form of glow, and then he'd look back and say, "That's a weird fence," in a whisper.
This must be the barriers they were talking about.
Yeah. Should we get closer, or?
We should try.
Yeah, just a little.
Okay, how close do you guys try to get?
Start walking up slowly just to see how we react.
Yeah.
Or rather, our bodies react. Or
Smiley
what
face.
happens when you get close to the weird, glowing, humming red machine. Surely nothing bad, right?
Surely not.
No.
As you approach, it almost seems like a static begins to form. And your skin tingles like touching the old television screens, and your vision itself seems to almost speckle and become pixelated or start going dim or black and white, like some sort of grayscale. You're not quite sure, but there's also this pressure, and it just lays on you like a heavy, wet blanket. And as you get closer and closer, it kind of just starts wrapping around you and clinging to you, and it becomes hard to breathe, and it becomes hard to think and be.
I don't think we want to get closer anymore.
Yeah, no.
Honestly, I think Theo would be like backpedaling at that point.
Very much so.
The recoil is instant.
Yeah.
And
Very much just backing away. Not running, but definitely don't want to stay here. Till they're at least like in a manageable, less intense and overwhelming point or space.
Okay. And Milo?
Yeah, Milo's also backing up.
Gotcha. So all of you get to, we'll say, about 10 feet away from the barrier, and the pressure seems to have released slightly. You still get the tingle, the static, this almost tickling sensation on your arms and just any open skin. And your chest doesn't seem as constricted anymore. And as you take a deep breath in, you can almost taste the sensation of that fence being wrong. It does something. Your brain seems to scream at you, do not go in there.
Well, let's never do that again.
Yeah.
Well, what the hell are those things?
Why would somebody even build something like that?
They're trying to isolate us so that we can't get beyond the town.
No, they're trying to isolate them. They're stuck in there. No point at Redacre. Alex said there was an opening somewhere or something. We just gotta find it.
So we just keep walking?
We don't really have any other choice, do we?
Theo would take a few very generous steps away from the fence and then shrug her pack further up onto her shoulder and slowly start making her way down along the rest of the fence, just enough to give the indication of, hey, I'm gonna still be moving. I don't know about you guys, but wait for them to follow as well.
Milo would follow.
We need to stand close enough that we can tell if there's a change. Yeah. Or
It's just
only one of us, I guess.
she doesn't look comfortable with either of those suggestions. And
Nope.
stops for a moment. Looks to the fence and the others, and scoots just a little bit closer. Doesn't want to be. It's not really. I mean, come on. Who's gonna like that sensation? But if they're gonna keep skirting the fence, then I mean, might as well all go through it together.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
So Reese, we continue and follow them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can for our first roll of the finale,
Oh
Ugh.
boy.
can I get an investigation check, please?
Let's see here.
Oh boy.
Oh wait, I can't find my character sheet right now. Oh, I
You're
found it.
like,
You
oh
said
no.
investigate?
Yes,
Yeah, I was like,
please.
oh god, I can't read anymore.
Oh, word.
Dang it.
I don't have any
Uh-oh.
more handicaps. Yay.
Yay. All
Nice.
right.
Gosh, 7.
Logan's just looking at her feet.
Yeah.
Logan's still preoccupied with the fact that Nadia hasn't responded.
That's
Very
fair.
much so.
Yeah.
She's probably like every once in a while checking her phone just to see if there's any response.
Mhm.
Oh.
And as you get further, and you walk along this sound fence, this bright red fence. And Theo, Reese, you notice the deeper into the forest you get, the slightly more spaced out they seem. But you also notice there are a lot more footprints as you proceed. Someone is patrolling along the fence.
I think at that Theo would like immediately stop. And just for safety's sake, just in a hushed whisper, look at the ground. There's footprints.
Sorry.
What? You good? You're fine?
I don't know if that was PG-13.
Oh, you cut out actually.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh.
You're safe from the swear jar for now.
Mhm.
How fresh are they? Can you tell what kind of thing?
You kind of
Was
keep
that another?
cutting out.
Okay. Maybe it's my internet.
Here's hoping not.
All
Internet
right, let me
behavior
know if it
things.
keeps happening.
Okay.
Would that be another investigation check to like figure out like adult size shoe versus teenage size shoe, etc.?
We just
You-
compare our feet to the
Yeah,
footprints.
just
Yeah, you
put
can
your
just
foot up to it.
you can just compare your feet to it. I don't know what size shoe you guys wear, and I'm not gonna make you decide what size shoe your characters wear. I'm not gonna do that to y'all. But they're older. Definitely something that you would expect from an adult.
Can they tell like how recent? Like, do they seem like they've been worn? Like it could have been a couple days ago, or like this was like an hour ago.
This is where a dog would be in handy.
Just a light nod.
Think Axel's poor little head of his little fence. He's gonna get hurt.
I know. I had to make the remark.
He's still in my pocket.
How does what is it, golden retriever or whatnot?
The German Shepherd.
German Shepherd, sorry.
I never said if he came or if he didn't.
It's true, you did not, and I did not make you have to pick that up. I messed up.
You know what? He's here. He just jumped out of my pocket.
Alright. I have to roll a dice, hold on.
Oh dear.
footsteps were fairly recent.
This is really bad.
Well, Logan will frown and say, well, if they're recent, then that means they've already gone by here, right? So we just need to be careful for what's ahead. That just means there won't be anyone coming up behind us.
Doesn't patrol mean they could come back?
She shrugs. I don't know.
We should just get in, I think.
Did we see what direction they were going in? Like towards the same, like moving the same way we were, or like past us?
It looks like they've gone past this section multiple times.
Great.
You
And they-
can't tell which way they came from originally.
Say it was a circle though. Can we see if they're like, they would come up behind us or in front of us?
That would be. I feel like that's a check. I feel
Mhm.
like that's a check. This would be a. You know what? This would be a comprehend check.
That sounds right.
It's also a 5d6.
Yeah, just like, do you comprehend having like the information before you, kind of thing.
Nope. Nope.
Theo's like, people walk here, it's fine. All right, Reese. What was the exact question? Sorry.
Okay, so like the direction of the footprint, like where the, you know, like where the heel would be versus the toes, like so that you can tell if they're walking in circles, if they're gonna wind up behind us, or like we're gonna run into their back. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you think based on the footprints, you're more likely to see them before they'll see you.
Okay. That's actually good news. I think that they may be ahead of us, and depending on how we walk, maybe we won't even catch up to them at all.
And if all else fails, we are armed. Just
You
hope
all
they're-
have something?
Theo's just gonna touch the lacrosse stick at her back.
Fair enough.
Reese brought up.
I don't really know how to use this, but I have it. He pulls out the kitchen knife. It's like a chef's
Oh
knife. Like
my
it's like not even a good
God.
angle. Like
Theo's eyes widen just like a little bit, and she blinks in confusion, but a little
it's
impressive.
not like my family keeps a gun in the house.
Are you gonna stab somebody?
I hope not.
Right? Okay.
Do you have anything? She'll ask Milo.
Milo raises the like metal fire poker.
Oh my God. She raises an eyebrow. Are you gonna stab somebody?
You don't stab, you swing. Wait, and then and then at the reaction, he's like, "Wait, are you not? Wait, that would hurt someone." When
What's the point of a weapon?
She just like shakes her head and she's like, okay, well, whatever. It's fine. If someone attacks us, then we'll just have to attack back.
See our weapons and they won't even bother.
if you say so.
Do you want to learn how to hold that knife properly so you look a little more intimidating?
Logan actually has to like stifle a small laugh. Hides a smile. She turns away.
I've done kitchen prep before. It'll be fine.
Just chop their fingers off or something like carrots. It's fine.
Guys, guys, if we stay here much longer, I don't know how that's gonna go.
Okay, let's just come on. And she's gonna start walking.
He was gonna pause a minute, think over Reese's words. give like a sage nod and just speed walk away.
His pride is hurt.
Okay. So you proceed. You proceed. And you walk. And occasionally, actually, you know what? Whoever is walking closest to the fence, can I get a D10, please?
Who is? I know Theo got relatively close, but I don't know if
Yeah, I know Theo did, but I don't know if anybody's closer than Theo.
Did
I don't
anybody
imagine
decide to
Logan
try
would
to
be able to
outdo
see.
Theo?
No.
Then
Logan
it's
will not.
probably Theo.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Milo would do it, but it's just passive.
slowly veers off into the fence.
No,
Just Neil.
So that's a 1d10.
Yes, please. He's in fear.
Concerned.
No, actually, you're good. You proceed onward. You do not get too close to the fence again. And you walk. And you walk. And then you hear it. The sound of people talking. Of adults
Ugh.
talking. Based on the sound, they're on this side of the fence. And they're discussing patrol routes. They're discussing who recently tried to escape. They're discussing difficulties with drones.
Are they do we see like any lights, any indicator of how close they are? And how audible are they to us?
They're just loud enough that you can hear them over the fence, over the hum.
Would a phone pick it up for a recording?
I think it would be quite static, like a lot of static, white noise
Crumb.
kind of thing. And do you get closer to them?
Theo, I think as soon as the voices were audible, she'd get a little bit lower to the ground and give a silent, like, single-fingered wave in the direction of the voices.
So Reese is looking. Can they see anybody?
You can kind of see a couple of adults in what looks like white and red clothing. And they're talking to one another, gesturing as if to a map, but there's no paper in front of them. There's nothing that would feasibly make sense. And you notice their fingers are just slightly too long and their nails are slightly too pointed. And their heads don't seem to move right. As if either they're not attached correctly or there's something happening. And you look, and those looking realize both adults have no hair. They have no distinguishing features. They talk, but their mouths aren't where mouths are supposed to be. And there are eyes, far too many eyes, where eyes aren't supposed to be. And they shift and they move and they talk. And reference so many things that seem to just completely pass over your head or roll through your mind like water, and you barely catch any of the snippets.
Keeping the flashlight off, like, even in mind with all the static, I would like to roll to get closer while recording along the way, if possible.
Okay, so you
Just
want
to try
to
and get a
sneak up?
Let's go.
Okay, give me a sneak roll, please. Okay, Squidward
would be-
noise. That's what it sounded like to me.
You know this is a bad idea, SpongeBob. Anyways, where's the roll?
Oh.
Okay.
Hell
Whew.
yeah.
Okay, so you rolled 3 6s. So you can, well, since nobody else is sneaking, you can't give a success to another kid. So you have where you can find something unexpected or more of what you're looking for.
You know what? Let's go for the unexpected this time.
Okay. So you sneak closer and you have your phone trying to record the audio, trying to record the sound of what they're saying. And you get close. You get fairly close where you can, if you could understand what they were saying, you would be able to hear them clearly. It's like they're speaking in code, in almost another language to one another. But you pick up, they're saying names, they're saying places, they're giving addresses, they reference Central High, they reference Haven Hill, and there's all of these names that you can hear, but you can't quite understand the context.
Are there any addresses that I would recognize?
You're pretty sure one of them is the Griffins.
Oh, shoot.
Safe.
Would I be able... Okay, how visible would they be from the distance I'm at?
They're pretty visible. You can tell they don't look, for some reason, they don't look human. Their limbs seem slightly too long. Their neck elongated. Just as if everything has been stretched slightly. And with eyes all over, or shifting all over the flesh of their skull, and the mouth kind of like sliding around the face area. You would be able to see that from where you are.
Oh, that's disgusting. What would happen if I, like, with recording, if I brought it would be able to record video, yes? Would it be possible to catch that on video?
You can try. There's no guarantee it will show.
Okay, yeah, I will try regardless.
Okay. Let's see here. All right. You go ahead and you start recording. Do you try to get a better camera angle? Do you try...
Oof. Just very carefully, yes. I'm assuming that's another sneak roll.
I feel like it should be yes.
Oh god. Okay. Also, if people want to make their way up. Oh god.
They're all just like watching you from the distance with their heads turned.
Yeah. Literally.
One hand on the handle of the knife.
Milo, look at the fence while they're doing that.
Of course. Alright, so Theo, you managed to get a slightly better camera angle to try and record the disturbing facial features or lack thereof. What is it specifically that you are looking for, Milo?
Oh, just like, does Milo think they could fit through the fence things without issue because they're spaced out enough? Or like, is there an opening?
That would have to be a calculate.
Oh, well,
Ooh.
bad news.
Oh no.
You never know.
Well, okay.
That's worth a try.
My good man.
Oh dear.
You tried.
An attempt was made.
That certainly is a weird machine.
Yeah, it's quite loud. Heck, you think even if you could, you're not sure you would want to. Just, that would hurt your ears, and it's too much. Too much.
Fair enough.
After a duration of time, both figures seem to pause, stand upright, and then turn away from one another and begin patrolling the fence.
Is one heading in our direction?
Yes.
Great. That's great. Good question.
Oh boy.
Oh, boy.
Fantastic.
The only one not in their immediate, like, pathway is currently Theo, because Theo had already moved.
Ambush.
So as soon as Reese notices they're like coming, well, the one's coming towards them, he like stumbles into Logan by accident.
Oh.
Oh no.
We have to move. We have to hide.
Are there any reasonable hiding places here?
Trees.
Trees!
I'm
How
not
thick
in
are
a
the
tree.
trees?
The trees are fairly big. There are some bushes as well. Different options. There are available options.
So it's dark, right? Except for the illumination of the
Fences.
Yes.
Do the people have lights? I can't remember if you said.
The people themselves do not seem to have lights on them.
Okay. So they can kind of all see, like, you know, the shadows are not.
Correct.
Okay. Time to try and hide.
How close are they all, like
Yeah.
distance wise?
They have Probably less than a minute.
Is there a nearby bush that all three of us can conceivably hide behind? I can't speak.
Milo-
Can conceivably hide behind.
Milo's
All
gonna
four
look
of us,
left.
assuming the dog is here. Is the dog here?
No.
Okay.
It's
Three.
back in the pocket.
The
Milo's
dog
gonna be
can't
like, look.
disappear every time you don't. It's
No,
not
no,
a
he
Pokemon.
literally never did anything,
He
so.
never was there.
It's not a
Just hold it in the
Pokemon.
pocket.
I just
okay.
felt bad, but he's not.
I'm
He's
so
not there.
Oh my god. Okay. Yes. If you manage to pass a sneak check, you would be able to successfully hide.
Okay, cool. Yeah, Reese is just
Alright.
scrambling
Fuck.
for
Yup,
wherever
we're-
seems far enough away from the sorry, I'm gonna roll. Away
Pretty
from the fence so
much.
that they're not illuminated, like just
Mm-hmm.
some kind of cover of the shadows.
Oh.
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh.
Here's the
Harry.
thing. Here's the thing. Reese,
Mm-hmm.
you have an extra 6,
Mm-hmm.
which means if you want, you can give a success to Logan.
Thinking about that, all those mean faces she's made at me.
Or or you can purposefully not and just have expert hiding skills.
No, they won't
and
find me.
Let the dice fall as they may.
Reese
Oh
pushes
my
Logan.
Provides a distraction. Everybody else hides super well because of it.
Her platinum blonde hair is doing her no favors in the middle of the
Yes,
dark woods.
absolutely. So he kind of notices that Logan's hair is shiny with the red light, and that the bush isn't working as well as she hoped. And he grabs her and pulls her towards him into like the cover of the trees, where they're just kind of lying against the ground out of the immediate light.
Okay. All right. You hide. And somehow the adult, whatever it is, walks past without noticing. If you listen closely, you can hear them humming.
That's great.
I hate
That's
that.
super cool.
I hate that. Reese, you can hear Logan's like breath hitch in her throat because that is so creepy.
Sorry. Visceral response to the chat.
Literally.
Yeah, nope. Humming, and they walk, and you lose them. Theo, the other, has gone the opposite direction and also hums. Their fingers seem almost to reach out towards the static and move like plucking strings on an instrument, but there's nothing there.
Huh.
Just totally normal.
Totally normal.
Yeah, she might just be making a total fool of herself, but could she try
Air
and
guitar.
mimic those?
Try and what?
Try and mimic those movements toward the fence?
You know what? Yes. I think that would either be an empathize check or a program check.
Is that 46? Oh, pray for me. Nope.
Yeah, you kind of reach out and your hand doesn't want to move like that. It says no. it's like, nah, stop. In fact, like you can almost feel your hand cramp up. Like human hands are not meant to move in that way.
She'd snap her hand back and flip off the fence.
It's the fence's fault.
So no offense, but
Wow. How long are you sitting on that?
I just came up with it. Leave me alone.
I think as soon as the adult, like, how far would they walk before they're out of visual range?
Let's say about 20 feet, and then it just gets a little bit too dark for you to discern. You know that they're still going, and you know they're still following along the fence, but just with the abrupt way the light from the fence seems to work and the darkness from the forest, they disappear from your vision.
At that point, she would stop recording and pocket her phone in that case, and then glance back to, well, I mean, her friends probably aren't there anymore.
Time to play hide and go seek.
Yep.
Milo would poke his head out. Look for his friends. Where'd they go?
Marco. I'm kidding.
The Lucid says Polo.
No.
Oh my
You
god.
hear in unison, Polo.
Oh god.
I'm making a note for later. I'm making a note for later.
Ew.
Remembering that for
Ew.
later.
No. Absolutely not.
I think she'd just turn and just give a little psst. But obviously
Milo
it
would
might
just
not
step out
carry.
because he's not very smart. But I mean, like, they're not around, so
Mhm.
he'd walk over to the sound of the friendship.
Sound of the friendship.
Looks directly at Reese and Logan.
Reese is like there still with his eyes closed, like he was terrified.
Oh.
Doesn't know how close they are.
Aw.
Logan probably like poke her head up, which is a bad idea considering she's the one with the white head, the white hair. But poke her head up and just like kind of look around to make sure that that figure is gone, which they are. Would Reese have heard the friendship noise?
He did, but he didn't trust the friendship noise.
Man, what? How are they? They're just like on the ground right now.
Yeah, pretty much.
Cool.
Just kind of sprawled, like on the other side of some bushes.
They're leaves on the forest floor.
Mm-hmm.
They are just leaves on the forest floor. Logan would kind of nudge Reese, like, "Hey, I think they're gone."
So he opens his eyes.
Oh.
You sure?
I don't see them. And she's gonna just like sit up, try and poke her head over the bushes to see where Milo and Theo are, where the friendship noise came from.
Milo's standing out in the open.
Her face goes from like slightly cautious and concerned to just like flat. She's just like, oh, okay. And she rolls her eyes and then looks back to Reese and it's just like, yeah, they're gone.
I'm literally just imagining Milo standing there, hands on his hips, like, well, yes, everything's great, isn't it?
The way, like, just shining off of him is so funny.
Yeah.
Personally,
Sunshine.
I'm imagining Milo like either A posing or T posing, like helping.
Like, ta-da! I am
Milo
here.
and Theo are A posing at each other.
So
Okay.
Reese
Yeah.
nods and gets back onto his feet, still trying to be kind of quiet, just in case they're within earshot.
All right.
Logan
And
would dust off all of, like, after she gets up, she'd take great care to dust off all of the leaves and the dirt and whatnot, and she'd look not very happy about it. But she would glance at Reese and give a quiet, begrudging thanks for that.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I had to. I don't. Yeah.
It's fine. And she'd wave a hand dismissively, and go around the bush to walk over to Milo.
I'm still laughing about T posing and A posing. It just spawned like that.
Milo respawned. He would wave
Milo
whenever he saw anyone.
I'm sorry, what was that?
He just
Milo
waved at them.
respawned.
Okay.
Oh,
No, sorry, I was
He said
intentionally being.
respawn. Why am I getting a phone call now?
As the instrument goes off, dear God.
If Milo was waving at them, Logan would cross her arms and then look behind them to where that figure had gone off to, presumably. And then look back at Milo like, are they gone?
Milo would look back behind him, then look back and nod, shrug at the same time.
Did
Seems
you
like
even
it.
check?
I don't see them, so that means they're not there.
Okay.
They have to get on this side somehow. Then he put on his thinking face.
How's the thinking going for Milo?
Bad, it's not going well.
Okay.
Is it?
I don't know. You want to roll?
I can try again.
Yeah, you can totally try.
Are we calculating?
Yep, it's a calculate.
Okay.
Could Logan also actually try and calculate, try and see
course.
Yeah.
anything like that? It's not going to be any better, but
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's really. Oh, actually.
Milo's brain hurts.
It's okay. This
Give
is not
himself
what,
a headache.
this is not what Milo is here for. It's okay.
Hey,
Nice.
Oh my
Yo,
God.
Theo's here for.
let's go.
Theo. Okay. With your calculate, you can ask. Oh gosh, this is gonna be chaotic as all heck. Okay, hold on. Let me type this up for you. Hold on. Alright, so you let me mute myself so it's not.
Oh, that's cool. Okay.
Ooh. Is it illegal?
Not applicable here.
So, those are like the questions that they have recommended in here. I think you get to ask other ones too, but those are like the main ones that they.
Let's go with. Still looking at it. Is it illegal?
Sorry.
You can ask.
You know the answer already, but you can ask.
Mm-hmm.
So you just pick 4 of those, yes?
You can pick 4 of those. If you have other ones that aren't listed, you can.
Okay. Well, one of these you can pretty much answer for yourself as well, but,
Okay. How does it work, Theo? You're able to tell that through some sort of programming, some sort of command, sound, a specific type of sound and composition is released out of the speakers, which seems to do something that distorts your mind and your senses, and you're not quite sure how it affects, like, other than the tingling and the, you're not sure exactly what it is that it does. Who built it? You think it could very easily have been Chorus or related to Chorus or people who work for Chorus. It kind of reminds you of like a science experiment gone wrong. If you could somehow manipulate it and remove it from the current system, you might be able to turn it into a weapon of your own to use against others. But mostly the fact that when you get close, you kind of lose sensation makes it extremely difficult. I think that covers all your questions.
Boy. Thinking of how to relay that as well, like... Yeah, I think relaying that information is the hardest part.
Yeah, that's fair.
Do you mind if I just say that she does? Because no wording comes to mind.
Yeah,
directly.
no, go for it.
Okay, yeah.
I think I could break it with my poker.
I think you'd have to get really close.
Yeah. You would have to get extremely close in order to do so. I mean, there's an option you can try, but I'm not gonna tell you it, because that's your job.
Throw a rock at it.
2 brain cells.
I believe in your 2 brain cells.
I know.
I do.
Can I, are there any long sticks in the area?
Yes, investigate.
Okay. Yay.
Ooh.
You find multiple big sticks.
Heck yeah.
One of them is slightly heavier than the other. Yeah.
Milo's gonna pick one of them up. Actually, he's gonna hand his poker to Theo. Then he's gonna pick it up. And he's gonna turn towards the fence, and then he's gonna look at his friends, and he is going to say, "Does anyone have any ideas before I try mine?"
What's your idea?
I'm gonna break that, and then he's gonna gesture at the thing.
She blinks. How?
With this, and he'll wave the stick a little bit.
What if it
Or,
causes
like,
some
up-
kind of alarm?
Yeah, that's what I'd be worried about. I mean, shouldn't we just keep going and try to find the gap?
That is a better idea, you know?
Logan sighs and is just like, we'll just have to be careful if we see any more. My throat just went out on me, I'm sorry.
You're fine.
If we see any more of those people.
Theo is still holding the fire poker the exact same way that he handed it to her.
He'd put the stick down and take it back. With a thank you.
No response, just a blink.
Okay. And then he'd make sure they're all going, and then he'd go.
Yeah. Theo is following suit.
Okay. So you proceed onward. And onward. And then you see her. She's tall. Wearing boots. Wearing dark fitted pants. Wearing an almost iridescent top. Her hair is exactly as Sawyer described. It looks like fire. Starting at her scalp and just falling down to her waist. And her nails are long and red, and her lips are painted to match. And she seems to be staring into the, like, almost through the fence into Redacre. And she stares, and she watches, and she waits.
I feel like startling her is probably a bad idea.
Yeah.
I mean, how are we supposed to decide if we trust her with papers anyway? Ask her 20 questions?
That was funny, but Logan's not in a laughing mood right now. I need to acknowledge that. That's funny. She just like shrugs, like, don't look at me.
What if one of us, approaches her and the rest of us hide, like, backup in case it goes badly?
Milo's already walking.
Oh my god.
I guess he volunteers.
Well, Theo's gonna hide herself just a little bit. Look ready to
Yup.
get on the offense.
They're just, like,
because-
crouched around a tree.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Wait, did his friends disappear?
Oh
no!
Oh no!
No plan!
I don't know, dude.
Roll stealth to hide from Milo.
No.
We all thought Milo knew what was going on, but Milo did not know what was going on.
Very much not.
Sorry, Milo. Oh yeah, my friends and I turns around. No, friends.
No friends.
Follows our cover immediately.
I feel like he'd be walking, and then he'd remember. Last time he told someone his name and who he was, Logan looked at him funny. So then he's gonna look back, and then he's gonna see nobody. Then he's gonna. Wait, does he see nobody?
Yes.
I mean, if you want, you can say like you just catch like a glimpse of Logan ducking behind a tree or whatever, but also it's really funny if he doesn't see anyone.
Like, I don't know how
Okay.
well hidden they are, but they tried. An attempt was made.
Okay. He turns around and is like, well, this is the lady. Her name is Lady. I'm gonna go walk up to her. And then he walks up to her
Oh my
and
god.
says, hello.
Uh-oh.
Do you want to make
Of course you do.
Here's our free gift.
Oh my god. One of these days I'm gonna get one of those calls and I'm gonna end up reciting that back at them.
I have your number.
You do.
Anyway, continue.
And she like turns and looks at Milo and looks him up and down before facing him fully. And she offers a sweet smile. Hello. You're out somewhere you shouldn't be.
Milo will also smile and say, so are you. I'm and then he cut himself off. He'd be like, hi. Are you the lady who likes to catch things on fire?
Oh my god. You can't just ask people if they commit arson, Milo.
Is that in character? Is that in character?
Logan is far in the bushes. Goodbye.
Because oh my god, that would be hilarious if that was in character. She snorts, definitely trying to hold back a laugh, and says, I do more than set things on fire, but I have been known to occasionally do so.
Milo would perk up at that. He'd look back to where his friends were supposed to be, and then he frowned and looked back at the lady. He was gonna tell his friends that this is her, but well, then he would say, well, that's great. He'd do that squint and be like, are you trustworthy?
Guys, what have we done?
This was a terrible idea.
Milo.
Logan, like, behind the bushes.
Sensing
is
out the
just like-
character.
Yeah, Logan behind the bushes literally just like has her head in her hand. She doesn't even want to watch this. She's just like, oh my god. This was a terrible idea.
He's doing his best.
He
is.
Her smile widens and she's like, do you believe everything everyone tells you?
My mom told me I shouldn't. So, no.
And there's a reason you're looking for a trustworthy adult that likes to set things on fire?
Yes, there is. But I don't think I should tell you why yet. Then he looked back again.
I think at this point Thea would have like stuck her head out.
Logan's not moving. She's staying hidden, thanks.
Same. This is his plan. It was the right plan, probably.
She she sees Theo. Makes as close to eye contact as one can in the darkness. Offers Theo a grin and returns her attention to Milo. And she's like, well, wouldn't want you to jump to conclusions or anything of that. But I'm kind of on a time crunch here, sweetie.
Oh my god.
Milo would nod like he knew what she was doing. And then he'd be like, give me a minute, and then he'd speed walk away.
She totally crosses her arms, watches Milo walk away, and turns back towards looking at the fence.
She pretends she does not see it.
He
Wait,
does not perceive it.
Milo stops in his tracks and turns around. How'd you get on this side? How'd you get on this side?
She, without looking at Milo, she's like, I've always been on this side of the fence.
Okay, jeez.
Others who did get through did not come back.
Got it. Thank you. And then he'd go back to his walking away to Theo, because that's the only person he sees.
Logan is frowning behind the bushes.
Yes. I'm sure Reese and Logan are more like they're there when Milo approaches Theo.
Yeah. If Milo like rounds the bushes, he'll probably see Reese and Logan like crouched nearby wherever Theo's standing. And Logan would just like make eye contact and like half whisper, half stage whisper, "What the heck was that?"
I didn't tell her my name.
You didn't tell her your name, but you basically asked her everything else.
She doesn't. It's fine. It's fine.
Oh my
Is she
God.
trustworthy? Do you think she's trustworthy?
She just like puts her head in her hand.
I like
Well-
her. I think she's nice.
Oh my god. I love Milo so much.
Not gonna lie, I trust a pyromaniac more than someone who goes by Smiles and two people wearing camo living out in a van in the woods.
We're just gonna hand the papers to the first person we find.
No. But we are on a bit of a... Well, time isn't exactly working for us right now, so we can learn what we can and just keep moving, if anything.
We just gonna test everybody?
I don't know. Isn't that what they wanted?
Maybe ask her about the other ones that Alex mentioned.
Yeah.
She already
See if
knows
she
we're
knows
here.
anything
I
about
mean,
them.
you're standing right over here, so we might as well all approach her.
Logan just like puts her head in her hand again.
Milo's has the determined face. He turns around. Are his friends there now or no?
Theo is
Yes.
behind him, yes.
Yay!
Logan will get to her feet reluctantly, and with her arms crossed, follow behind, not looking at this woman. She's like very distinctly behind the group. She's not a part of it. She's not a part of those two. She is
just standing here.
She is just standing here.
Okay, then he'd walk back over to the lady
Okay.
and he'd try to follow where she's looking. Does he see anything?
Give me a comprehend check.
No.
Dang. 4 5s.
Dang.
That's beautiful,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
though. All you can really see is like a distortion from whether it's the light or the sound. Something about the fence is distorting your view beyond.
Okay. In that case, we would say, excuse me, ma'am.
Yes?
Do you know two creepy people in a van in the woods? I think these woods, probably.
At the two creepy people in a van, you can kind of just see her like stop. And she turns. Here in these woods? Are they trying to kidnap people? Because, you should
Hope
not talk
not.
to creepy people with vans.
Oh my god.
Well, my other friend has a van. He's kind of not. He's fine. No, I think they're not kidnapping people. They're the not kidnapping kind.
We were told that they were wearing camo.
Her amused facial expression drops and she's like, oh, them.
T.
Wait, I'm confused. Are we talking about the people they told us to find, or are we talking about them?
The people we got told to find. Yeah.
Gotcha, because they both have creepy vans.
They do both have creepy vans. That confused me for a bit.
Oh, my bad.
Oh no, it's fine. It's not your fault. It's just the matter at hand.
She turns towards the group and like takes in everyone and just kind of she shakes her head and she's like, if you're looking for adults wearing camouflage hiding in the woods, you're better off ignoring their existence. They're good at sticking their fingers into things that don't concern them and making a mess of it.
So you know them?
I've interacted with them. I'm not fans of them, and they are certainly not fans of me.
What about someone named Smiles?
She looks thoughtful and then slowly shakes her head and she's like, sorry, I do not know anyone or know of anyone who goes by the name of Smiles.
Theo frowns a little.
Can I get people to roll empathize checks?
Hmm.
Ooh.
Jeez. Reese is empathetic.
Wow.
Psych is his
8.
favorite class.
Oh.
One sec. I think I'm rolling incorrectly. Yes, I am. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Expect as much.
Okay. For those who passed, you get to ask questions like, what is her weak spot? Can I make her do something? How does she feel? What does she want? What will she do? Or is she lying?
Oh.
Is it just those questions specifically, or questions like based around those concepts?
It's kind of along those concepts. It's mostly the is she lying is what I recommend the use of
Okay.
empathized for.
So
But
Reese is kind of trying to pay attention to her talking about the other people. He's trying to figure out if it seems like she has a reason, like she's trying to get us to think negatively or like not consider them options. Like she wants what we have and wants us to not consider giving it to anyone but her, kind of. Does that make sense?
yeah. So from what you can get is it's honestly more of like a clash of intentions or personalities. She hasn't necessarily considered you as an option for information. It's the 4 teenagers are out in the woods and she's more entertained by the fact that you guys are out here than by the possibilities of why you're out here.
Gotcha. So she's not like, she doesn't seem to be coming at us with an agenda. She's just being nice to us
Basically.
and telling us what she thinks Raw thinks about these other people.
Yeah.
You can go ahead, Milo, if you wanted to ask.
I don't know if this would work with empathize, but like, am I allowed to ask why she's there?
It wouldn't necessarily work with it, but you could ask her, and I can tell you whether or not what she tells you with that is true.
Okay, yeah. He would ask her, why are you out here?
She kind of like looks at you, Milo, and admits she's waiting for a delivery, hopefully. That might be coming from the other side of the fence. But she looks a little displeased. They've tightened security recently. And it's frustrating. And the frustrating part is the part that doesn't quite click, that doesn't feel entirely true. There's something there that's off.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. She adjusts her hair, kind of like pulling it over her shoulder. And she's like, if you're running around in the woods for a fun time, you're not exactly in the safest place, honey. You might want to move along.
Ma'am, lady, whatever you prefer. I have a straightforward question, and in my backpack I have papers. Maybe it's the delivery you're looking for, maybe not, but if I were to give those to you, what would you do with that kind of information?
She looks immediately interested. I was like, well, it would depend on the information contained. If it was, say, against a specific company trying to spread its control everywhere, I would definitely use it to undermine. If it's in regards to something that shouldn't be shared, I would make sure it's shared. If it's in regards to something that should be shared, I might not share it. It honestly depends. And I'm not quite sure, admittedly, what a teenager like yourselves might have that I could use.
And
And
you get them home safely.
she immediately stands upright and she's like, "Oh. Well, I will admit I will certainly try in that regard. I can't promise anything. I am but one, and where there was once many, there are very few. But I can try."
So he kind of looks at the others and hesitantly takes his backpack off his shoulders. He pulls the papers out and again looks to make sure the others don't seem to be trying to stop him.
Theo and
No, Logan's watching him, but she doesn't say anything.
So he glances down at the papers and looks for a name, like a name of a kid, something to make it stand out so that he can remember at least something about the papers he gave her.
Okay. What you managed to pull up, or what you remember, one of the first names that you see is... Oh, this is gonna hurt. I'm sorry. No, wait, I can do a different one. I don't need it to hurt that
Oh, no.
bad.
The pain's fine. The pain's fine.
The pain's fine?
Pain's
Okay.
fine.
Pain's fine.
tear us apart.
Let us suffer.
The name that you happen to pick up is a Cody Wright.
Does Reese recognize this name? Is Wright Milo's last name?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Okay, he
Oh,
would probably know that much. Now he's the only one looking at this, right?
Correct.
So he files that away. It'll be easy to remember, and he passes it off to Lady
And
along with the rest of the stack.
Lady takes the stack of folders and papers from you and begins to look through them. And it almost seems like a light has clicked on behind her eyes. And there's almost like this sense of not necessarily glee, but excitement. And she closes the folders, kind of tucks them in the crook of her arm, and says, "Thank you. These will be most helpful."
Thank you too, I think whatever you did yesterday, just thank you.
Her
what will you do with them?
The reference to yesterday has her grin showing all of her teeth. Before she glances at the folders again and says, "Well, first of all, a lot of this is information that they don't want to get out. Therefore, it's information that needs to be shared. I have some connections I can use. I have some friends I can reach out to that might be able to do something, but it's the media, who knows how it'll be spun. That being said, if I can get in contact with," and she looks past the fence again, "if I can get in contact with somebody on the inside, I can inform some other friends about possible instances."
Theo would nod knowingly or understandingly.
But as long as that fence is up, as long as they continue to have this fence up, it makes my attempts a little bit more difficult than they need to be. And she shakes her head and looks over the four of you and said, children were never supposed to be involved in this. But thank you. I'll make sure this is used.
Apparently the options were slim. Listen, everyone, this is my choice. I'm not forcing it on anyone else.
At that, I can't say if it's a matter of her. She wouldn't want to like outdo someone, but the thought of someone being like, "Oh, this is your choice." No, she's gonna she's gonna like set her backpack down at her feet and rifle through it and pull out the files and go through one of them as well.
All right. For you, Theo, you end up keeping notes of the name David Gibbs.
She's gonna think on that for a long, hard moment like I just did. And carefully put it back with the rest of the files and offer them over.
She reaches out and takes them and adds them to the stack in her arms. And nods, knowing the choice you just made. She doesn't bother looking at Milo or Logan, very obviously trying not to pressure anyone to give her anything. But as she like holds these folders, she thinks for a second. You can almost hear her mutter, "Screw it," under her breath, and she holds out a hand. She's like, "I'm Briar, and I hope we'll be able to work together in the future."
Theo would glance to Milo first, just to see, like, if he wants to take that action first.
Is the
Since,
hand
like, you
for
know,
him?
It's just a hand out toward the group, like she's ready, like an introductory handshake kind of thing. For those of you who passed the empathize check earlier, you are somehow, you know that it's not a hand, like not truly just an introductory handshake. She's meaning it in a handshake like how it was originally intended, to show that she comes without weapons, she comes and means no harm.
Milo would take the hand and say, "I'm Milo."
Nice to meet you, Milo. Wish it was under better circumstances.
Theo would shake her hand shortly after and just say, "I'm Theo."
She kind of offers, like, kind of like lightly squeezes your hand, Theo. Gives a small smile.
Reese is a little awkward nod of acknowledgement. Reese.
She returns the nod. Definitely trying not to overstep any boundaries.
Logan, surprisingly, not made any faces at people giving their names to this, I guess, no longer a stranger, to Briar. She has like one hand at her side and the other hand kind of gripping the strap of her backpack over her chest. And she doesn't step forward, and she doesn't really meet Briar's eyes either, but she does speak up. And she says, "Is there anything else we can do to help these kids?"
And she says, keep yourselves safe. Share how to keep yourselves safe. If you have these, I assume you know how it is that they track you down, how they find you, how they take you. It's harder to take somebody in a group. It's harder to isolate. It's harder to catch you off guard. And sadly, the more you're around people, the less likely something can occur. But that doesn't mean it's impossible. If anything, share ways to keep yourself safe with your friends. Share the knowledge that Chorus isn't safe, that Redacre isn't, and if this keeps up, Havenhill certainly won't be. And she takes a slight step into, like, closer toward the fence, and then steps back as if she was testing the strength of the fence. And the moment you step inside Redacre, if you've ever visited, even if it was only for a couple moments, they know about you, and they're watching and waiting. So, if you can, stay out of Redacre. Warn your friends. Don't go into Redacre. Don't give them the opportunity to know you. And that will protect you.
A friend of mine is being forced to move there soon. Is there any way I can protect him?
Briar thinks on it. Give him excuses to leave. Keep him out of it as long as he can. Sadly, the only other option is hoping that he finds the right people and he can keep himself safe with them.
After she's gonna think for a moment and then just mostly jokingly, just, can you light his new house on fire when there's no one in it?
No biggie.
You can
When
tell
there's no one in it.
she kind of leans back, trying really hard not to smile. Like, she's looking up at the sky, like, no, don't. You have an address?
Oh my god.
I have a name.
Better than nothing.
Travis McMillan.
McMillan. She thinks on it and she's like, I'll make a note of it. I'll see what I can do for you.
Thank you.
It is one way to stop the move.
She grins and she's like, obviously this conversation never happened, right?
Mm.
No.
Mm-hmm. Plausible deniability. She jokes. And before she says more, she pauses. And turns and says, "We need to go." There's a
Go
patrol.
where?
This again.
The patrols are coming faster. This is. And she looks at like her watch and she's like, this isn't right. Did they change it up again?
Fear.
And she kind of like bites at her thumb and shakes her head slowly. They're gonna get caught. You can tell she's antsy, but she doesn't. It looks like there's not really anything she can do.
Where's she looking?
She's currently looking along the fence, so like behind her. So like if you guys are facing, like if you were facing the fence, she'd be slightly to the left of your view of facing the fence, and she's kind of turned behind her, so further left, I would say.
Okay.
And she's kind of like watching along there.
Do you know what those things are? Are those people?
Should we go?
You should go. And as much as I hate to admit it, yeah, they're people. It's, you know, and she starts kind of like moving along the fence in her boots and kind of like gestures for you guys to follow her. And she takes these long strides, and for like every 3 steps that you have to take, she just can take 1. She's just practically gliding and watching. And she's like, that static, that sound, it's a it does something to your mind. It does something to your cognitive self, and that whatever that is also indirectly affects your perception of those adults who work for Chorus. And that's why they look the way they do. It's a way to keep them safe so we can't identify them in daylight.
How? It doesn't even look human.
Because you're not going to look at your school teachers, you're not going to look at your neighbor, you're not going to look at your parents thinking it's them if they look like that, are you?
But it's
Wait,
not
our
like
parents?
it's stage makeup.
It's because it's not stage makeup. It messes with the perception of your mind's eye. And it could be your parents. I don't know your parents. But yes, those people are parents. They're teachers. They're family members, aunts, uncles, cousins. You name it, they're one of them.
How do you know then?
How do you know that they're one of them?
Yeah.
She kind of like pushes you guys further into the forest, further away from the fence, and kind of holding the folders that you had given her close to her chest, and she's like, do your parents keep insisting that they're doing this to keep you safe, that we're doing this to keep you safe, that kids shouldn't need to worry about these things, that our jobs cause, like, she starts spouting and reciting these lines, that almost sound like propaganda. And the entire time she just sounds disgusted with herself repeating these phrases. She's like, that's phrasing they use. It's how they justify the disgusting things they do. Because it's...
How familiar?
Hmm?
How familiar do those phrases sound to us?
Oof.
Logan, would you do a comprehend check for me?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Logan, you recognize those phrases from Nadia's parents.
Oh.
You've heard
wow.
them use it in conversation with her. In fact, all of you who haven't already rolled it, go ahead and roll.
Logan's
They
pale.
use comprehend.
I think so. I thought it was comprehend. Was it comprehend? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it was comprehend.
Yeah, comprehend.
Ouch.
Oh.
Okay.
Wow.
So Theo, you don't recognize it, and Reese, you don't recognize it. Milo. You think one of the farm hands that your parents hired has used that phrasing before with you.
Ew. Alright.
And Briar just takes a deep breath and she's like, if you know what's good, I think you should head home. Or if you have more of these, maybe distribute them somewhere. Don't necessarily give them all to me. Not because I don't want them, but people like me have been known to go missing. And I don't want all of your hard work to be lost.
Please try hard not to go missing.
I'm doing my damnedest. That I can promise you.
Okay.
Can I get investigate checks from people?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Nice.
Dang!
Okay, let's go. Let's go.
Alright, alright. All of you notice multiple adults patrolling the fence. Multiple adults with their many eyes searching. Multiple adults with flashlights and possibly weapons in hand.
Oh.
And they patrol and they walk along the fence. And one stops and points at Briar. and says, "Found you, deceiver." And Briar closes her eyes, takes a shaky breath, and says, "Run, kids." And turns towards the adults. I said, "Run."
Considering this whole thing happened with Sawyer, she's definitely hesitating.
Logan also hesitates and watches Briar for a moment and then turns and grabs whoever the heck is closest to her, grabs the wrist of whoever's closest, and starts to pull them along.
Okay, so
Milo would do
Logan
something.
is...
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Just to make sure I understand. Logan is running and she's taking someone with her.
Yes.
Okay, great. Go ahead, Milo.
He'd do something similar, I feel.
All right.
Milo,
yeah,
you
let's
get
go.
Theo, I'll get Reese.
Yeah.
All right.
Definitely. Reese feels frozen in the moment, especially seeing it happen like how it happened with Sawyer. And feeling like they should do something to change it. Sawyer was okay, but there's no guarantee Briar will be.
Okay. So you're running.
We're running.
Yes.
I need a body move check.
Oh,
Oh.
God.
I'm sorry, this is going in the swear jar. Oh shit.
Now's
True.
my time, boy. Now's my
Oh, okay.
Nice.
All right, all right,
Okay,
all right.
Okay.
Oh shit!
Oh.
It's not my time, I lied.
All right. So,
You jinxed yourself, Ranko.
so technically, Logan, you can give success to people should you
Yes,
wish.
I can.
Would you like to give success?
I would really like to do that, yes.
Hand it out.
All right. So the four of you take off running. And as you're running, you can hear Briar standing there, being like, "Oh, all of you for little old me, whatever shall I do?" And the adults don't seem as amused by this whole situation. And you run, and you occasionally stumble over some roots or slip on some leaves. And the humming from the fence, even though you're not right next to it, seems to grow louder and stronger. And it goes through, and you can feel a pressure strong behind you, near where you left Briar, near those numerous adults. And you hear Briar curse loud enough that you can hear it over your running, over your heavy breathing, over your heart pounding in your chest and in your ears, and the humming of the fence and the red light. And then there's warmth, and you turn, and now there's a fire.
Holy.
Yo.
And there you can hear the adults screaming, you can hear them yelling, and you can't find Briar. You can't see her. It's like she disappeared. But as you run, you can see them up ahead. More adults. More of them with their abnormally long limbs and their abnormally messed up faces and the red and the white and the flashlights, and they seem to spot you. And they call out to you. They're like, "What are you doing out here? It's too late for you. Let's get you guys home. It's not safe for you here."
I don't think Thea would even freeze. I think she's gonna grip Milo's hand tighter, assuming that Milo is holding her hand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And immediately jerk him in the door, just sideways rather than the way they were running prior.
Yeah, that's not gonna be hard. He's gonna go. He's not stopping.
Are they right in front of us, or like just like ahead and to the side?
They're kind of ahead of you guys. So you can either run and try and skirt along the noise fence, or you can try running into the forest, hoping you won't encounter another group that way.
We're doing the latter.
Yes, definitely.
Yep.
Breaking to
Logan
the
would,
forest.
like, see/hear these guys would just be like, don't, and just half push, half like pull Reese along, following after Theo and Milo.
Okay.
Definitely just trying to keep his balance and keep up with Logan's momentum.
And you take off, tripping. Again, just the ground is just, it's unstable. You can feel your ankles like screaming at you, upset that you're not stepping right, but you're trying just to move, to get away. And Reese, you feel a hand wrap around your forearm and grab you.
Oh my god.
And they're like, "Where do you think you're going? We'll get you home fine." And they like tear you out of out of everybody's hands.
So he cries out at the sudden jerking.
Logan would, as soon as she felt Reese's wrist leave her hand, she would shout, "Reese!"
Milo would
Theo
whip
would-
around.
Yeah.
And
Time to use that fire poker.
Yeah, take a swing. I was just gonna finish.
Oh my god.
Yeah. I mean, actually, okay. How many are there? Other people, like other adults?
yes.
Are they close?
Oh.
Yes.
Okay, he's not even gonna ask. He's not even gonna threaten. He's just gonna be like, swing. I love Milo.
Okay, so you're swinging a fire poker at some adults.
Actually, hold on, wait. Can I get on that? Hold on.
good?
Reese is trying to pull away from the hand grasping him.
Mhm.
Okay.
Can I grab Reese's arm and grab the scary arm and just yank them apart?
Oh.
That would be a force body roll, please.
Amazing. Okay.
Uh,
I don't
my
know if it's
highest
really that-
roll.
Okay.
That's my highest roll. in this
Also,
game.
Reese,
Wow.
if you want to, just to be safe, you're also able to roll a force body roll in an attempt to escape.
Whew. Sure. I mean, I'm sure. The way that you narrowly passed that. Yeah.
I know.
Oh.
honestly.
Okay. So, Milo, you managed to get Reese free, but in the act of doing so, you and Reese are now practically surrounded by these adults. And they're like, "Come on, we can get you home. It'll be nice and warm. There's no need to be out in the woods this late. Were you dared to be out here? You guys should know better than this. Come on, let's get you home."
Permission to body one of them, like whoever's closest.
Yeah, force body.
Milo like has an arm, like the mother arm, like across Reese, and it's like holding the fire poker out.
god!
Hey, so Logan hasn't taken the hammer out of her bag.
Oh my God.
Jesus Christ, 4 ones! Logan hasn't taken the hammer out of her bag. Can she, like, sling her bag half off and just swing it at someone?
Once again, a forced body roll.
Oh, this is gonna be terrible.
Theo,
No.
you, through your attempt at body checking.
Oh my God.
Oh gosh, here we go. Okay, so Theo, your attempt to body check the adult fails, and your practically like arms wrap around you and they hold you close, and you are now
Oh.
basically caught. You cannot move. And you also take a condition.
Oh no!
No.
You are now exhausted
Oh.
from all of the running and from trying to charge. And now you're being held still, and you can feel the exhaustion just kind of weighing on you. Logan, your attempt to throw and use your backpack as a weapon backfires. And one of the adults grabs the backpack and yanks you towards them. And they manage to get an arm around you.
Oh, hate that.
You are now scared.
Oh no!
Yep. Sounds about right. I think I've been scared for a while now, but that's okay.
Let's see here. So we also have Reese. Technically, you also should take a condition.
Mm-hmm. That sounds
Crumb.
You,
accurate.
yeah, you. Do you want? I'll let you pick. Do you want to be scared or upset?
I mean, I'll do scared.
Okay, you are scared.
So he's got a shaky hand trying to reach for the knife, but he knows he's not going to make a difference with it.
Mm-mm. All right. So, Theo, you're caught. Logan, you're caught. Reese, the only reason you're free is because Milo managed to tug you away.
Mm-hmm.
And the adults still circle you, not giving you a way to escape.
How many adults is there?
In total, at least 8.
Wow, okay.
Oh my.
It was definitely a hunting party that you could tell.
What a mess. Do you need help? Well,
Who hears this?
You all hear this.
Theo has shut up and frozen.
I'm gonna
Look.
What the
Go on.
fuck?
Logan has also frozen, and there are currently no thoughts going through her mind other than processing that everyone in this little ragtag group is in danger. There is seemingly no way out, and the only thought that goes through her mind is yes.
very well.
And with that, it's like the adults have disappeared. You're no longer being held, you're no longer surrounded, you're no longer caught. But you're no longer in a forest either. The ground is white and dusty and chalky and cratered, and as you look up, you can see Stars. So many stars. All over, all around.
That's better, isn't it?
I guess, but the bar was low.
Oh, shit. Sorry.
I don't think it matters at this point.
Milo still has the poker out, and he's like looking around.
Reese just drops the knife.
And as you look around, you also notice Briar is also there. And she's not as put together as she looked before, but she looks like she's still holding the folders. And she's like, yeah, okay. All right, I can work with this.
Are we dead?
Dear Briar,
Sentinel,
nice to see you again.
I wanted this under better circumstances.
Well, we can't always get what we want, can we?
Sadly.
What's going on?
They know each other?
She looks reluctant to admit. And she's like, yeah, for varying values of knowing.
Who's speaking?
Look up. It's
You look
me.
up.
Yeah, everyone feels like
They all look up.
And you see a cluster of stars. Numerous of them. And as the voice speaks, the stars seem to get brighter. As if that is where it is coming from.
How
This
are you
clears
in
up
the
absolutely
sky?
nothing.
I assume you might have questions.
How are you in the sky?
You.
What sky?
The one with the stars?
Where?
And he'll gesture.
What
Where are
stars?
What? He's gonna look around for help.
You're being gaslit by a voice in the sky.
Would you like to know?
Who are you?
N-
As Briar said, you can call me Sentinel.
all
Though
due
I've had
respect.
many names throughout history. Hundreds.
All due respect. What are you?
It's a good question.
Why did you help us?
You looked like you needed it.
Yeah, that's true.
Thank you.
You are welcome, Milo.
Logan shoots Milo a look that just says, "This is why you don't tell people your name."
Milo's shoulders, like, they're creeping up his neck. He's like, how do you know my name?
I know all your names. Logan. Reese. Theo. I've been watching you for quite some time.
kind of creepy.
Well, I bet you're glad I was.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like there were a
Guess.
couple of moments where maybe you could have helped before, but now is good.
This gets like a hint of a smile from Logan. Her hands are shaking.
I cannot hold you here long. Your minds have already shown cracks, and your bodies are nearly safe.
Our bodies are. She looks down at her shaking hands. Are these not our bodies?
Oh, Logan, no. I am controlling your bodies, getting you safe. Your bodies are quite capable when they're not hindered by doubt and fear.
You're so right, voice in the sky. You're so right.
Um, so when we go back, we won't be in the same place?
No,
So
you'll be as safe as I can make you.
then what is this? And she gestures to their surroundings.
This is a liminal space in your mind.
Oh. That explains so much.
Briar
Doesn't it?
kind of like takes a deep breath and she's like, you know the phrase, the voice inside your head? Sentinel's one of those.
I don't
One
think
of?
people usually take that phrase literally.
Yeah, my bad. I thought that just meant conscious thought.
The voice inside your head shapes your conscious thought once you get to a certain age. Right now, you're young, so you'll probably have multiple fighting for right or conquest or whatever to have an effect on who you'll be the rest of your life. Mine isn't Sentinel, but mine has worked with Sentinel, so there's a bit of leeway there.
Reese looks to see if anybody is following this.
Logan is not following this.
Theo is blanked out.
Milo's really trying. He's like, so your business partner?
Sure, let's go with that.
Used to be. Is there any questions you have for me before I send you back?
A lot? Yeah. I don't really know how to ask. And she falters, and the kind of shock from the situation starts to finally fade away a little bit, and she comes back into slightly more functional thought and pauses and then says, if you've been watching all of us, do you know if Nadia's okay?
I don't. Nadia was obscured from me.
So Reese puts a hand on Logan's shoulder.
She like tenses slightly and then relaxes, realizing it's just Reese. But after a moment gives a nod. Is that a good thing?
It has not proven to be.
Okay.
You can
Yeah.
save her, Logan.
Me?
Yes. You're friends, are you not?
Yes, of course.
If you can find her, you can bring her back.
How do I do that?
Hold her face still, and look for the piece that still remembers you.
She blinks, shakes her head slightly as if just to try and clear it, and then nods. Okay. Okay. Sure.
But
Thanks.
make no mistake, we are at war. The old one made sure of that.
The old one?
They, many. The adults, they never use singular pronouns, do they?
Logan looks to the others in the group as if like trying to see if do they? I don't know.
Theo is just as uncertain. Or
Reese
trying to
gives
rack
like a
her
very
memory.
weak shrug.
Briar
You'll learn
says,
soon enough.
Briar says, the adults that we were just trying to escape from, they use we, our, us frequently, because they are more than one. And that is a way to determine who is safe and who is not.
Okay.
Did you or one of you hear my prayer?
Prayer?
Yes. But not me.
How many of you are there?
That depends.
On what?
In Redacre there are slightly less than a dozen. Outside Redacre, many more. They always change. Sometimes new ones are born. It's hard to tell.
Are you one of the ones inside?
No.
How do we find the one that... I mean, I heard something too. I thought it was just a dream. If it wasn't you, how do we find who it was?
Do you know their name?
No, they didn't. They didn't introduce themselves. They just said some kind of like they were answering to my fears and thoughts.
Ah. If you believe they will hear you again, then they will. The only reason they heard you in the first place is because you believe someone or something would.
So he
Silence for
Sorry. God.
Briar says belief is everything for these guys.
Well, now I feel awkward knowing that I wasn't just talking to a tree.
That earns another sweet
that
smile out of my
tree again.
Again?
Some have taken to calling me Treebeard.
Oh. Treebeard out of camp.
Oh my god.
Your minds weaken. I would hate to break them so soon. Any last words?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
You are
Thanks.
welcome. Goodbye.
And the sky and the moon seems to distort, and all your eyes close, and when they open again, you are in the forest. The wind is blowing ever so slightly. You're exhausted. You feel like you've been running for hours, maybe days almost, just the weight. And you're just so tired. And Theo, you're missing your shoes. But as you look around, there's no adults. There's no Briar. It's just you four there in the woods.
What just happened?
Everyone heard that, right? I didn't just hit my head on the way down.
No, yeah, I heard it too.
We were on the
It-
moon.
It wasn't just hearing, that was...
Yeah. Yeah, no.
What is happening in our town?
I think this is way bigger than just a few of us.
Yeah.
What do you do now?
Where are we?
Yeah, Logan would look around. Is there anything remotely familiar?
Landmark.
Just from where she's on the floor, dude. She's sitting. From where she's sitting.
As you look, you think you might recognize like that particular rock sticking out of the ground. And you think, oh, I think that's the trailhead that a couple of the hikers like to use, and it would lead you back, at least back towards Haven Hill, if not back towards Alex and Sawyer. But it will take some time as you're already exhausted.
I take nap right here.
Good night.
Good night. Good night, Haven Hill. That's all, folks.
Logan is still sitting.
Are they taking a nap?
No. Okay, so we don't care about the swear jar anymore, right?
No, we totally don't at this point.
Sorry.
Logan is just sitting on the floor, and she lets out a small, like, dejected laugh, and then just goes, I feel like shit.
I think that's a little generous, don't you think?
Did we just get possessed?
Let's
I
not call it that.
want to think about that right now.
Yeah, no, it definitely said something that makes me think that's exactly what happened.
Milo's making the face, an uncomfortable face.
Logan buries her, like, she's got her knees up, and she just kind of puts her elbows on her knees and just buries her head in her arms.
And
Milo's gonna keep watch.
okay, you stay there for a bit, letting your heart stop pounding, letting your bodies kind of relax from the high stress situation it had just gone through. And as one, your phones all go off. It's a text from Alex asking
Take out the brick and check.
and hoping that you were nowhere near the fire that had broken out in the woods.
Ha.
What do we even tell them?
We're not anymore.
The
If they
resets
knew-
back. Is everything okay?
Alex responds with, I think so. Just been concerned that I hadn't heard anything from you guys. I wanted to make, like, it's been quiet, and then there was the fire, and then it was just quiet, and yeah, just nervous.
Is this through text?
This is through text.
Logan looks up at the rest of the group reading these texts and is like, wait, how long ago was the fire?
You send that to Alex or asking the group?
Asking the group.
Reese is contemplating.
Milo shrugs.
Theo looks up at the sky. Can they still see the moon, or too buried in the canopy?
I think it's too buried in the canopy at this point.
Okay.
Check your phones. Do you remember what time?
I don't remember what time. Screw it. And she'll text Alex, how long ago was the fire? Or how long has it been since the fire?
Alex responds with, the fire started a little over 2 hours ago. We only started seeing signs of it maybe 45 minutes ago.
2 hours?
That didn't feel long at all. Hello?
Felt like minutes.
That was minutes. What?
As much as I'd like to say that doesn't seem possible, I am willing to admit anything's possible at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Milo is actually going to text he's really scared. Like his hands are shaking a little bit, but he's seriously going to text, I think we were possessed. And he's being like totally serious.
Alex takes a moment to respond and says, good results or bad results?
He will look around and say good, I think. There were adults and now there aren't.
There's another pause before Alex responds with, beggars can't be choosers. If you're safe, that's all I care about.
Milo's also a little confused because Alex took that pretty good. And then he just texts, okay.
Alex responds with, do you know where you are? Do you need a ride? Should I send Sawyer for you?
That would be good. You should do that.
You receive an okay, and then Sawyer will have a green flashlight. So don't approach any other flashlights.
So he writes back, thanks.
Okay. And you sit there and you rest and you wait and you wait and you rest, and eventually Sawyer arrives with his green flashlight, and he looks at the four of you, shakes his head, and says, let's get you home.
Yeah.
Logan's still sitting on the forest floor, dude.
I think Theo would, very slowly and shakily, despite resting, get to her feet and offer a hand to whoever's closest.
Logan would look up, look very unhappy about having to get up, but take the hand and pull herself up with Theo's help.
For those of you who need assistance, Sawyer either kind of holds you upright, debates, briefly, just slinging Logan across his shoulders and and just being like, let's just go, we're not gonna do it, we gotta move, but doesn't.
Potatoes.
Yes, exactly.
She would be so mad.
She would
be
mad.
So mad. She can walk. She's walking just fine. Her hands are shaky, but she's upright. She just is really tired and is emotionally not in the mood to move.
Completely fair. And Sawyer leads you back to Alex. And Alex just kind of takes you in and looks you over and looks nervous and says, I have to ask, did you give the papers to anyone?
We only got some of them out to Briar. Lady. Shit.
Alex nods and says, that's something. That's better than nothing. I don't... Can you, give me what's left? And that way you don't have to worry about hiding them from your parents. And then we'll get you home. And then you can rest. Okay?
Milo would just silently nod and take the papers out and hand them out, or hold them out.
Okay.
Does Logan still have her bag?
Logan...
Hammer in it.
Logan does still have her bag. It's kind of ripped, though. Like...
Yeah, that is completely understandable. It was a cute bag, too, but she doesn't seem to care. She, like, grabs the ripped strap and pulls it over to her, and then fishes out the papers.
Alex takes them and places them inside the van. And then you all are bundled into the van and driven home. Dropped off. You retain your burner phones. Alex and Sawyer don't ask for those back. And you go to sleep, or try to, at least, a couple hours before dawn. And as you unwillingly force yourselves out of bed to go to school Monday morning,
Oh my god, it's school night!
Some of you hear on the news about the search for an arsonist with a photo of Briar up saying, anyone with any news of her, please turn it in to the local authorities for having started a fire in the woods that could drastically affect Red Acre and Haven Hill. And you get ready for school. And that is where our current story ends.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh, sorry, Coda.
Scaring the cat.
Yeah, I just slammed my hand down on my desk.
All right. If you will say goodbye to chat.
I don't think a goodbye will cover like what happened. You're just saying like, oh yeah, that happened. Just say goodbye. No, no.
But we have to end somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
So, thank you, Amber, so very much for GMing, and thank you to our guest for that incredible experience. This has been such a fantastic session.
That was so cool.
That was so very cool.
Thank you for being here. Thank you to everyone for being here. I gotta give my little go away message. All right. Thank you to everyone for watching Season 1 of Better Than Paradise, a Tales from the Loop Blackout Club inspired campaign. Thank you so much. Thank you to Finch for playing Logan. Thank you to Stasi for playing Lorena. Thank you to Raiko for playing Milo. Thank you to Justin for playing Nick. Thank you to Medusa for playing Reese. To Cam playing Theo. To D for playing Wyatt. Novo for playing Maxie. Maxwell for playing Thomas. And Echo for playing Mercer. None of those couldn't have happened without you, and I sincerely appreciate all of your work and support and attempting to go along in the story of mine. If you wish, you can submit stars and wishes or positive affirmations to the players. Those links are posted in the chat. And I will leave you with a quote. In the Garden of Eden, Eve showed more courage than Adam. When the serpent offered the forbidden fruit, she knew that there was something better than paradise. Thank you again, and I hope you have a wonderful night.